Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. I said I'd been at the cafe all night. The aroma of espresso and cinnamon still clung to me, a perfect alibi. But my shoes had collected flecks of mud, damp and clinging like whispers of a path untaken. The rustle of cool night air lingered in my hair, a secret breeze carrying the scent of autumn leaves and hints of something else, something sharp and metallic. The street had been eerily quiet, each step echoed louder than the last. Underneath my fingernails, a faint darkness remained, gritty and undeniable. I glanced at my watch, noting the minute hand's deliberate crawl, but the chill on my skin told a different story. The detective across from me had tired eyes, the kind that had seen too much and believed too little. She tapped her pen against the metal table in a rhythm that seemed to match my heartbeat. The fluorescent light above us hummed with an electrical whisper, casting everything in that harsh, institutional glow that makes truth and lies look exactly the same. "Tell me again about the calf," she said, her voice carrying the weight of routine interrogation. "What did you order?" The question should have been simple. I could taste the bitter coffee on my tongue, feel the warmth of the ceramic mug against my palms. But when I tried to recall the barista's face, it blurred like watercolors in rain. Had there been other customers, the memory felt hollow, constructed rather than lived. "Coffee," I said, "black coffee." She made a note. The scratching of her pen against paper sounded unnaturally loud in the small room. I found myself focusing on that sound, the way it seemed to carve grooves not just in the paper but in the air itself. Outside, through the small window, I could see the parking lot where patrol cars sat like sleeping beasts under the sodium lights. The mud on my shoes had dried by now, cracking into small fragments that fell to the floor when I shifted my feet. Each piece carried the memory of wet earth, of standing somewhere I shouldn't have been. The detective hadn't noticed yet, or if she had, she was saving that observation for later. My sister had called that morning, her voice tight with concern. She'd heard about what happened, she said. The news traveled fast in small communities where everyone knows everyone else's business. But when I asked her what exactly she'd heard, her words became vague, circling around the truth like water around a drain. "You know how people talk," she'd said, and I could hear her children in the background, their laughter a stark contrast to the heaviness in her voice. "Just be careful who you trust right now." Trust, the word had lodged itself in my throat like a fishbone. Who was there to trust when your own memories felt unreliable? When the story you told yourself about where you'd been and what you'd done seemed to have gaps wide enough to hide a crime. The detective leaned forward and I caught a whiff of her perfume mixed with coffee breath. The victim was found near the old bridge, you know the area. I did know it. The bridge spanned a creek that ran behind the industrial district, a place where teenagers went to drink and couples went to argue away from prying eyes. I'd walked there before many times, usually when I needed to think or when the walls of my apartment felt too close. The path leading to it was dirt and gravel, the kind that would leave mud on your shoes after a rain. I might have been there before, I admitted, because denying knowledge of a public place would seem suspicious. It's not far from where I live. She nodded as if this confirmed something she already knew. Her fingers drummed against the table now instead of tapping the pen, a subtle shift that made me wonder what else had changed in her assessment of me. The victim, she'd used that word so casually as if it were just another piece of furniture in the room, but I knew who she meant. The face floated in my mind, familiar yet distant, like someone I'd known in another life. We'd spoken recently, though the conversation felt wrapped in fog. There had been anger or maybe fear. Accusations that didn't quite make sense, words that seemed to mean more than their surface suggested. "Did you know her well?" the detective asked, and I realized I'd been quiet too long, lost in the maze of half-remembered interactions. "We'd met," I said, which was true but incomplete. We'd done more than meet. We'd shared coffee once, or maybe twice. There had been phone calls, texts that arrived at odd hours. She'd seemed nervous about something, looking over her shoulder when we talked, as if expecting someone to emerge from the shadows. The last conversation replayed in fragments. She wanted to meet somewhere public, somewhere safe. The cafe had been her suggestion, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. I'd waited, ordering that black coffee, watching the door for her familiar silhouette, but she never came. Or had she? The memory shifted like sand, and suddenly I wasn't sure if I'd waited alone or if she'd appeared later, after the other customers had gone home and the barista had started cleaning the espresso machine. The details blurred together, creating a narrative that felt both true and false simultaneously. My phone buzzed against my leg, a text message arriving with impeccable timing. The detective glanced at my pocket but didn't ask me to check it. Protocol, probably. Or maybe she already knew what it said, who it was from. In investigations like this, privacy became an illusion, every digital footprint mapped and analyzed. The sharp, metallic scent I'd noticed earlier seemed to linger in my nostrils, mixing with the antiseptic smell of the interrogation room. It reminded me of something specific, but the association danced just beyond reach. Blood had that metallic quality, but so did rain on metal, or the taste of fear in your mouth when adrenaline flooded your system. "Walk me through the evening again," the detective said, "from the beginning." But where was the beginning, with the phone call that had started everything, with the decision to leave my apartment despite the threatening sky, with the moment I'd looked in the mirror and chosen which version of myself to present to the world? I started with safer ground. I had dinner around 7, pasta with marinara sauce. I cooked it myself. The domestic detail felt important, an anchor point in a sea of uncertainty. Normal people cooked dinner. Normal people didn't have victims in their lives. Then what? I watched television for a while, the news, then some documentary about ocean exploration. The images came back clearly, deep-sea creatures moving through eternal darkness, their alien forms adapted to crushing pressure and perpetual night. I'd found their world oddly comforting, a place where strange was normal and survival required constant adaptation. "What time did you leave for the cafe?" This was where the story became treacherous. I remembered putting on my jacket, checking my pockets for keys and wallet. The air outside had been crisp, carrying the promise of rain. But the exact moment of departure felt negotiable, as if it could have been any number of times depending on which version of events best served my needs. "Around 9, I think." "You think?" The detective's emphasis on the word made it sound like an accusation. Certainty was expected in these situations. Honest people remembered details clearly, their timelines neat and consistent, but memory wasn't like that, at least not mine. It was more like a river, constantly flowing and reshaping its banks, carrying some debris downstream while depositing other fragments in unexpected places. The darkness under my fingernails had been bothering me since I'd first noticed it. Not just the physical sensation, but what it represented. I was a clean person, meticulous about personal hygiene. My hands were usually pristine, nails trimmed and spotless. This grit felt foreign, invasive, like evidence of actions I couldn't quite recall. During a lull in the questioning, while the detective reviewed her notes, I tried to reconstruct the path from my apartment to the cafe. The route was straightforward, mostly sidewalks and well-lit streets. No reason for mud unless I'd taken a detour, unless I'd wandered off the prescribed path for reasons I couldn't or wouldn't remember. The creek behind the industrial district would have been running high after recent rains. The banks would have been soft, treacherous, easy to slip, easy to leave evidence of your passage. But why would I have gone there? What could have drawn me away from my stated destination? Her voice, in the growing darkness of my recollection, I could hear her voice calling my name, not from the cafe where she was supposed to be, but from somewhere else entirely. Somewhere that required walking through wet grass, down a slope that led to running water and the old bridge that connected one side of nothing to another. "Did she call you that night?" the detective asked, as if reading my thoughts. My phone records would tell that story whether I wanted them to or not. The call had lasted several minutes, long enough for plans to be made or changed. Long enough for her to explain why she couldn't meet at the cafe, why she needed to see me somewhere more private. When she called, I admitted. She sounded upset. About what? This was the question I'd been dreading, not because I didn't know the answer, but because the answer implicated me in ways that went beyond simple presence at a crime scene. She'd been upset about something I'd done, or something she thought I'd done. The accusation had been vague but persistent, the kind of suspicion that grows in darkness and feeds on doubt. She thought I'd been watching her, I said, the words feeling like stones in my mouth, following her. The detective's pen stopped moving. In the sudden silence, I could hear my own breathing, shallow and controlled. The admission hung between us like smoke, visible and toxic. Where are you? The question should have had a simple answer. Normal people don't follow other people. Normal people respect boundaries, maintain appropriate distances. But the line between concern and obsession, between caring and stalking, was thinner than most people wanted to admit. I was worried about her, I said, which was true but incomplete. She'd been acting strange, paranoid. I thought someone might be threatening her. So you decided to investigate. When she put it that way, it sounded reasonable, even noble. But my motivations had been muddier than that, contaminated by emotions I didn't want to examine too closely. Jealousy, maybe, or possession disguised as protection. The kind of feelings that made people do things they later couldn't fully explain or justify. The bridge where they'd found her was a 15-minute walk from the cafe, assuming you took the direct route through the park and down the wooded path. But that route would have been dark, isolated, not the kind of place you go alone unless you were meeting someone you trusted or someone you feared. My jacket had been damp when I'd finally returned home, though I couldn't remember rain. The fabric had smelled of outdoors and something else, something organic and earthy, like the scent that rises from disturbed ground, from places where the boundary between hidden and revealed has been crossed. "Tell me about the phone call," the detective said, her exact words. But exact words were impossible to retrieve. Conversations weren't recorded in memory like digital files, perfect and unchanging. They were filtered through emotion, through the listener's expectations and fears. What I remembered was the tone more than the content, accusatory but also pleading, angry but also afraid. She'd wanted to know why I'd been parked outside her apartment building, why I'd been in the grocery store when she was shopping, in the library when she was studying. Coincidences that weren't coincidences, a pattern of presence that had made her feel hunted. I tried to explain, I told the detective, but she wouldn't listen. Explain what? That I hadn't been following her deliberately, that our paths crossed because we moved in the same small circles, shopped at the same stores, used the same public spaces. That what she interpreted as stalking was really just the inevitable overlap of two lives lived in proximity. But even as I'd offered these explanations, they'd sounded hollow. The truth was more complicated, more troubling. I had been aware of her routines, had found myself gravitating toward places where I might encounter her, not with malicious intent, but with a hunger for connection that had grown beyond appropriate boundaries. The detective made another note, her handwriting illegible from my angle. I wondered what story she was constructing from my words, what narrative was taking shape in her professional assessment. Guilty or innocent, predator or victim, reliable witness or delusional suspect. Outside the window, the sky was beginning to lighten, though calling it dawn would be premature. It was that ambiguous time when night reluctantly surrendered to day, when shadows became less absolute and the world prepared to reveal what darkness had hidden. My sister's warning echoed in my memory, be careful who you trust. But what if the person you couldn't trust was yourself? What if your own perceptions were compromised, your memories edited by subconscious desires to appear innocent, normal, blameless? The mud on my shoes told one story, my alibi told another. The darkness under my fingernails suggested a third narrative entirely. And somewhere in the space between these competing versions of truth, a woman had died near an old bridge while I claimed to be drinking coffee in a warm, well-lit cafe. We'll need to take samples, the detective said, gesturing toward my hands, for elimination purposes. Elimination, the word carried multiple meanings, and I suspected she'd chosen it deliberately. My DNA would either eliminate me as a suspect or eliminate any doubt about my involvement. The grit under my nails would be analyzed, compared, categorized. Science would speak where memory remained silent. As she prepared the collection kit, I found myself staring at my hands as if seeing them for the first time. They looked ordinary, unremarkable. The hands of someone who worked at a desk, who typed emails and turned pages and performed 1,000 mundane tasks. But they also looked capable of other things, darker things that I couldn't quite bring myself to imagine. The swab felt cold against my skin as she collected samples from under each nail. The process was clinical, impersonal, but it felt intimate in a way that made me uncomfortable. She was gathering pieces of my recent history, evidence of where I'd been and what I'd touched. The results will take a few days, she said, sealing the samples in labeled containers. In the meantime, don't leave town. Don't leave town, like something from a movie, except this was real and I was no longer certain which role I was playing. The innocent bystander caught up in circumstances beyond their control, or the guilty party whose carefully constructed facade was beginning to crumble. I walked home through streets that looked different in the pale morning light. The familiar route seemed foreign, as if I were seeing it through someone else's eyes. Every shadow could hide a witness, every window could frame an observer. The comfortable anonymity of small-town life had evaporated, replaced by the suffocating awareness of being watched, judged, suspected. My apartment felt smaller when I returned, the walls closer together than I remembered. I sat at my kitchen table and stared at my hands, now clean but somehow still contaminated by whatever truth the lab would eventually reveal. The coffee I made tasted bitter, nothing like the warm, comforting brew I claimed to have enjoyed at the cafe. The news would break soon if it hadn't already. Her name would appear in headlines, her face on television screens. The circumstances of her death would be dissected by reporters and analyzed by amateur detectives who found entertainment in real tragedy. And somewhere in that media storm, my name might surface as a person of interest, a suspect, a killer. But I still couldn't remember killing her. I couldn't remember the moment when concern became violence, when following became attacking, when whatever had been broken between us finally shattered completely. The gap in my memory felt like a missing page torn from a book, leaving the story incomplete and incomprehensible. Maybe that was the most unsettling truth of all. Not that I might be guilty, but that I might be guilty without knowing it, without being able to own or understand my actions. The mind was capable of protecting itself in ways that served no one, creating blind spots and blank spaces where inconvenient truths might otherwise reside. I closed my eyes and tried once more to follow the path from the calf to the bridge, to trace the route my feet had taken while my consciousness was elsewhere. But the harder I tried to remember, the more elusive the truth became, slipping away like water through cupped hands, leaving only the faint metallic taste of something I couldn't name and didn't want to swallow. The detective would call again soon. There would be more questions, more opportunities to contradict myself, more chances for the carefully maintained boundary between innocence and guilt to erode completely. And I would sit across from her in that fluorescent-lit room, trying to convince us both that I was someone I was no longer sure I'd ever been. Story 2. The ticking ceased as I pulled my hand away. Its regular beat had been a whispering thread through the room's hush, now broken. My fingertips tingled, the absence resonating with a pause that filled the space. An unfamiliar draft brushed against my neck, colder than it should have been. I realized then the air seemed to hold its breath, waiting. An expectant stillness settled in, and with it, a sensation that time itself had taken a step back. I can still feel that cold draft when I close my eyes. It comes back without warning, like a finger tracing the base of my skull. The memory sits there incomplete, like a photograph with half the image torn away. I've been trying to piece it together, but the harder I focus, the more the details seem to slip through my fingers. There was a room, I'm certain of that much. The walls were a color I can't quite name, not white, not cream, something in between. The kind of shade that makes you feel like you're looking at it through gauze. And that sound, that persistent ticking that stopped the moment I touched, what was it I touched? A clock face, something smooth and cold under my palm. The draft is what bothers me most. It shouldn't have been there. I remember standing. My legs felt unsteady, like I'd been sitting for too long. The floorboards beneath my feet were worn smooth, the kind of wood that's seen decades of footsteps. Each board had a different creak, a different voice. I knew which ones would sing under my weight, though I can't remember learning their song. Someone was speaking, not to me exactly, but near me. The voice carried the weight of familiarity, though the words themselves remained just beyond my grasp. It was the kind of voice you hear in dreams, clear enough to follow, too distant to truly understand. "You've been here before," the voice said, or maybe it was, "You've been here too long." The distinction feels important, though I can't say why. I moved through that room like I was underwater. Everything felt thick, resistant. The air itself seemed to push back against my movements. There were objects scattered around a cup with a ring of something dark at the bottom, papers with writing I couldn't focus on, a photograph face down on a surface I can't quite visualize. The photograph, that's something that keeps coming back to me. The way it lay there, deliberately turned away. I reached for it once, I think. My hand hovered over its edges, but something stopped me. Fear, respect, or maybe I already knew what I'd find if I turned it over. The ticking started again, not the same rhythm as before, but irregular now. like a heart with an arrhythmia. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off walls that felt both too close and impossibly far away. I followed the sound, though my feet didn't seem to move in the direction I intended. There was a hallway, long and narrow, with doors on either side. Some were closed, others stood slightly ajar, revealing slivers of darkness beyond. The carpet runner down the center was threadbare, worn to almost nothing in places. My footsteps made no sound, though I could feel the give of the padding beneath. One door was different from the others. Not in any way I could name it looked identical to the rest, but it pulled at me with an insistence I couldn't ignore. The handle was cold under my palm, colder than metal should be. It turned without resistance, though I don't remember deciding to open it. Inside was another room, smaller than the first. The walls here were definitely white, but not clean white. The kind of white that's been painted over something else, where you can still see the ghost of what came before bleeding through. There was furniture covered in sheets, shapes that suggested familiarity without revealing their true nature. The ticking was louder here. It seemed to pulse from the walls themselves, a rhythm that almost matched my heartbeat, but not quite. The discord was unsettling, like two metronomes running at slightly different speeds. I lifted one of the sheets. Underneath was a chair, wooden, with arms worn smooth by countless hands. Someone had sat in this chair regularly for long periods. The impression of their presence was still there, an invisible weight that made the air feel occupied even in emptiness. The voice came again, closer now. You remember this place. But I didn't, or maybe I did, and that was the problem. I sat in the chair, though I don't recall making the decision. The moment I settled into it, the ticking stopped completely. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. It pressed against my eardrums, a weight that made me want to cover my ears and hum just to break the terrible quiet. That's when I noticed the window. It hadn't been there before, I was sure of it, or maybe it had been and I simply hadn't seen it. The glass was old, warped in places, distorting the view beyond. Through it, I could see shapes, moving figures that might have been people or trees or shadows cast by something I couldn't identify. One of the figures paused near the glass. For a moment I thought it might tap on the window, try to get my attention. Instead, it simply stood there, a dark outline against a background that refused to come into focus. I had the strangest feeling that it was looking at me, though I couldn't make out any features, couldn't even be certain it had a face. The photograph from the other room was suddenly in my hand. I don't remember retrieving it, don't remember walking back down the hallway, but there it was, face down against my palm, its edges sharp against my skin. The paper felt old, fragile, like it might crumble if I gripped it too tightly. I should turn it over, I knew that. Whatever was on the other side held answers to questions I hadn't yet learned to ask, but my fingers wouldn't cooperate. They remained frozen, holding the photograph in limbo between revelation and ignorance. The figure at the window moved closer. Now I could see it more clearly, or thought I could. The details shifted each time I tried to focus, like looking at something through water. Sometimes it seemed tall, sometimes shorter. Sometimes it appeared to be wearing a coat, other times the outline suggested something else entirely. You left something here, the voice said. It was coming from the figure now, though the window remained closed, the glass intact. What had I left? I searched my memory, but found only gaps, spaces where information should have been. The harder I tried to remember, the more those spaces seemed to expand, swallowing up details I thought I'd been certain of moments before. The ticking resumed, but different again. Faster now, urgent. It seemed to be counting down to something, though I couldn't say what. The sound filled the room, bounced off the walls, created echoes that overlapped and interfered with each other until the rhythm became chaos. I stood from the chair, the photograph still in my hand. The movement felt automatic, like my body was following instructions I hadn't consciously received. My feet carried me toward the window, though part of me resisted, wanted to turn away, to leave this place and never return. The figure was gone. The space beyond the glass showed nothing but an indistinct blur of shapes and shadows. But there was something else, now a reflection in the warped glass. Not my reflection, or not only mine. Another face seemed to peer back at me, superimposed over my own features like a double exposure. I knew that face. The recognition hit me with physical force, a jolt that ran from my chest to my fingertips. But even as I acknowledged the familiarity, the details began to fade. By the time I tried to focus on the specific features, they had already begun to dissolve back into the distorted glass. The photograph in my hand grew warm, not the gentle warmth of body heat, but something more active, more alive. It pulsed against my palm in rhythm with the ticking that continued to fill the room. Without looking, I knew that the image was changing, revealing itself whether I chose to see it or not. I closed my eyes, but that didn't help. The room remained visible behind my lids, overlaid now with other rooms, other moments. They flickered past like frames in an old film reel, a kitchen with sunlight streaming through checkered curtains, a staircase with a banister polished to a high shine, a garden where something grew in neat rows. Each image carried the same weight of familiarity, the same sense of having been somewhere I couldn't quite remember being. And in each one, just at the edge of perception, was that same figure from the window, always present, never quite in focus, like a constant that connected all these scattered moments. The ticking reached a crescendo and then stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, I heard something else, footsteps in the hallway outside, slow, measured, deliberate. They approached the door with the inevitability of a tide. I looked down at the photograph. My hand had turned it over without my permission, and now the image stared back at me. But instead of providing answers, it only deepened the mystery. The picture showed this very room, this very moment, but from an impossible angle. I could see myself standing at the window, the figure beyond the glass, even the photograph in my own hand. But there was something else in the image, something that couldn't be there. In the corner of the room, barely visible in the photograph's shadows, was another presence. Not the figure from outside, not the voice that had been speaking. Something else entirely, something that had been there all along, watching, waiting. The footsteps stopped outside the door. The handle turned with the same cold smoothness I remembered from before. Light spilled in from the hallway, but it didn't illuminate anything. Instead, it seemed to make the shadows deeper, more substantial. I wanted to turn around to see who was entering, but my body wouldn't respond. I remained frozen at the window, the photograph burning in my hand, the reflection in the glass showing me things that couldn't be real but felt more true than anything else in my memory. The draft returned, that same cold touch against the back of my neck. But now I understood what it was: breath. Someone standing close behind me, close enough that I should be able to feel their presence, their warmth. Instead, there was only that persistent cold, that whisper of air that spoke of emptiness where there should have been substance. "You came back," the voice said, and now it was right behind me, right at my ear. Had I come back? The question echoed through the scattered fragments of my memory, bouncing off the gaps and inconsistencies. I tried to remember arriving at this place, tried to recall the journey that had brought me here. But there was nothing, just the sudden awareness of being in that first room, my hand pulling away from something that had been ticking. The photograph crumbled in my grip, its edges turning to dust that scattered in the draft from behind me. But the image remained burned into my vision, that impossible perspective that showed me things I shouldn't be able to see. In the fading light, I caught one last glimpse of the shadow in the corner, and with a shock that ran through my entire body, I realized I recognized its shape. It was my own shadow, but cast from a direction where no light was falling, thrown by a presence that shouldn't exist. The ticking began again, soft and regular, just as it had been in the beginning. I felt my hand reaching out, drawn by the familiar rhythm. My fingertips made contact with something smooth and cold, and the sound continued, steady and patient, marking time in a place where time had no meaning. The draft touched my neck again, and I realized I was back where I started, in that first room with its indefinable walls and worn floorboards. The photograph was face down again, waiting. The voice was silent, but I could feel it there, ready to speak the same words, offer the same incomplete guidance. I pulled my hand away, and the ticking ceased. The silence filled the space between heartbeats, between thoughts, between the fragments of memory that refused to align into a coherent whole. And in that silence, I understood that I would reach out again, would touch that cold surface, would start the cycle once more. Because somewhere in the repetition, in the endless return to this moment, was the answer I was looking for. The truth that had been buried so deep I could only approach it sideways, through dreams and half-memories, and the persistent sense that I had left something important in this place where time folded back on itself. The draft whispered against my neck, patient as death, cold as forgiveness. And I knew that next time when my hand pulled away and the ticking stopped, I might remember just a little bit more, or perhaps a little bit less. In this place, the distinction had ceased to matter. Story 3. The faucet dripped rhythmically, then paused between beats. I shuffled to the bathroom, my feet echoing on tile that felt colder than yesterday. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, but the second hand seemed to hesitate, caught in a loop that only I noticed. My reflection in the mirror gazed back, but something in the eyes was out of sync, a blink delayed, a movement mirrored too slowly. The routine was intact, yet each action felt misaligned, as if I were one step removed from reality. Today, the coffee tasted different. The spoon circled the cup unaided, and when it stopped, the ripples inside never faded. I know now that the investigation began before I realized I was investigating anything at all. The mind works that way, doesn't it? Collecting evidence while the conscious self remains blissfully unaware, filing away inconsistencies like a diligent clerk who never shows you the paperwork until the case is already closed, or nearly closed. I'm still not certain which. The first thing I remember really noticing, was how she held her coffee cup. 2 hands wrapped around the ceramic, always 2 hands, even when the coffee had gone cold. Her fingers would trace the rim in small circles, counterclockwise, and she'd stare into the liquid as if reading something written in the surface tension. I thought it was charming then, meditative. I told myself it was one of those small intimacies you discover about someone when you live with them long enough. But that was before I understood that some intimacies are warnings. The house we shared sat at the edge of a development that never quite finished itself. Half the lots remained empty, marked only by concrete foundations that collected rainwater and dead leaves. Our neighbors were sparse, transient, the kind of people who kept their curtains drawn and their conversations brief. It was perfect for someone who valued privacy, perfect for someone who had reasons to avoid scrutiny. I should have wondered why she chose that house, why she insisted on it actually when I'd shown her listings closer to town, places with better schools nearby, better resale value. But she'd stood in the empty living room of that isolated house and smiled in a way I'd never seen before. satisfied, relieved almost, like she'd finally found exactly what she'd been looking for. The coffee cup ritual continued every morning for months, two hands counterclockwise circles that distant stare. I began timing it without realizing I was timing it. 47 seconds usually, sometimes 52, never less than 40, never more than a minute. The precision should have unsettled me, but instead I found it comforting, predictable. In a world where so much felt uncertain, her morning ritual became an anchor. Until the morning it changed. She held the cup with one hand that day, her left hand, and the circles went clockwise. When I asked if everything was all right, she looked at me with genuine confusion. Said she always held her cup with one hand, had I been paying attention at all. The certainty in her voice made me doubt my own memory. I began to wonder if I'd imagined the two-handed ritual, if I'd constructed a pattern where none existed. That's when I started paying closer attention to other things. The way she arranged her shoes by the door, always in pairs, always facing the same direction, except sometimes they weren't. Sometimes one shoe would be turned slightly inward, as if whoever had worn it had been walking with a limp or favoring one side. When I mentioned it, she'd look at the shoes and frown, then adjust them with the careful precision of someone correcting a mistake that shouldn't have happened. The photographs on the mantelpiece seemed to multiply and disappear in cycles I couldn't track. Pictures of her childhood, her family, places she traveled before we met. I'd notice a new frame one day, a missing one the next. When I asked about a particular photo, a beach scene with a woman who looked remarkably like her, but somehow different, she'd stare at the empty space where it had been and shake her head. She didn't remember that photo, she'd say. It must have been mine. But I knew it wasn't mine. I remembered studying it, trying to identify what made the woman in the picture seem like a stranger wearing my partner's face. The smile was too wide, maybe, or the posture too confident, something in the eyes that suggested knowledge of things I couldn't fathom. The phone calls started around the same time I began cataloging these small inconsistencies. Always when I was in the shower or taking out the trash or occupied with some task that required my full attention. I'd return to find her standing by the kitchen window, the cordless phone still warm in its cradle, her expression carefully neutral. "Who was that?" I'd ask. "Wrong number," she'd reply, or telemarketer, or nobody important. But her breathing would be slightly elevated, and she'd avoid eye contact for the rest of the evening. I started listening more carefully, trying to catch fragments of conversation, but she seemed to sense my attention. The calls became shorter, more cryptic. Sometimes I'd hear only her voice saying yes, or I understand, or not yet before the line went dead. I considered checking the phone records, but something held me back. Some last vestige of trust, or maybe just the fear of what I might find. Instead, I began making mental notes of the timing, the frequency, the subtle changes in her behavior afterward. The calls came in clusters, 3 or 4 in a single week, then nothing for a month. They seemed to correlate with her mood shifts, her periods of distraction and restlessness. During one of these restless phases, I found her in the basement at an unusual hour. She was standing near the water heater, holding a small cardboard box I'd never seen before. When she noticed me on the stairs, she startled, actually startled, like someone caught in the act of something they shouldn't be doing. "Just checking for likes," she said, but the box in her hands had nothing to do with plumbing. It was old, worn at the corners, sealed with packing tape that had yellowed with age. She held it protectively against her chest as she moved past me toward the stairs. I never saw that box again, though I searched for it during the rare times when she was away from the house. I checked closets, cabinets, the space under our bed. I even examined the basement with a flashlight, looking for hiding places I might have missed. Nothing. It was as if the box had never existed except for the memory of how carefully she'd held it, how her knuckles had gone white with the strength of her grip. The searching became a compulsion, not because I expected to find anything specific, but because the act of looking felt like the only way to maintain some connection to reality. The house around me seemed to shift in subtle ways. Furniture moved slightly from where I remembered it, books reshuffled on shelves, small objects appearing and disappearing like pieces in a game whose rules I didn't understand. I started leaving small markers for myself, a pen placed at a specific angle on the desk, a magazine folded to a particular page, a coffee mug positioned precisely in the center of the kitchen counter. Each morning I'd check these markers, and each morning some of them would be disturbed. Not dramatically, just enough to confirm that someone had been moving through the house while I slept, rearranging things with the casual confidence of someone who belonged there. But we both belonged there, didn't we? The question began to consume me. I'd lie awake listening to her breathe beside me, studying the rhythm, comparing it to my memories of how she used to sleep. Had she always been such a light sleeper? Had she always turned toward the wall, facing away from me, her body curved into a defensive posture that suggested she was protecting something even in unconsciousness? I started staying awake longer, watching her in the dim light that filtered through our bedroom curtains. Sometimes she'd murmur in her sleep words I couldn't quite make out, spoken in a tone that seemed to belong to a different person entirely. Lower, more confident, the voice of someone accustomed to giving orders rather than taking them. One night I heard her get up. The mattress shifted, the floorboards creaked, but when I opened my eyes, she was still there beside me, breathing steadily, apparently deep in sleep. Yet I was certain I'd felt her leave the bed. I lay there for what felt like hours, paralyzed by the contradiction between what my senses told me and what my eyes confirmed. The next morning I found muddy footprints on the kitchen floor. Small, narrow prints that could have been made by her shoes, except she'd been asleep all night. Hadn't she? I stared at those prints until they seemed to blur and shift, becoming something else entirely, not footprints but shadows or stains or patterns in the linoleum that had always been there, and I'd simply never noticed them before. I cleaned the floor anyway, scrubbed it with bleach until my hands burned and the smell made my eyes water. When she came downstairs for breakfast, she sniffed the air and smiled. "The spring cleaning?" she asked. I told her I'd spilled something, coffee maybe, or juice. She nodded as if this made perfect sense, but I caught her glancing at the floor throughout the meal, studying it with the same intensity she'd once reserved for her coffee cup. That afternoon, while she was out running errands, I called her sister. We'd met several times over the years, shared holiday meals and birthday celebrations. A normal person with a normal life who might be able to provide some perspective on what I was experiencing. But when I described my concerns carefully, obliquely, trying not to sound paranoid or accusatory, her sister went quiet for a long time. "Are you sure you're talking about the right person?" she finally asked. The question made no sense. I gave more details, mentioned specific incidents, shared memories that should have been familiar to someone who'd known her for decades. But her sister's responses became increasingly confused, as if I were describing a stranger. "She doesn't have a sister," her sister said eventually. "I think you may have the wrong number." The line went dead, and when I tried calling back, the number had been disconnected. I sat in the kitchen holding the silent phone, trying to process what had just happened. The conversation felt like a fever dream, too surreal to be real but too vivid to dismiss. I began to question whether I dialed correctly, whether I'd somehow reached a different person entirely. but I'd used the same number I'd called dozens of times before, the same number written in my address book in my own handwriting. When she returned from her errands, I watched her unload groceries with new eyes. The brands were different products I'd never seen her buy before, items that didn't match her usual preferences. She moved through the kitchen with easy familiarity, putting things away in cabinets I would have sworn contained different items just that morning. "Did you rearrange the pantry?" I asked. She paused, a can of soup halfway to the shelf. "When?" "I don't know, recently. Things seem to be in different places." She looked around the kitchen as if seeing it for the first time, then shrugged. "Looks the same to me. Maybe you're thinking of your old place." But this was our place. We'd organized it together, decided jointly where everything should go. I remembered the discussions, the small compromises, the way we'd laughed about having different systems for arranging spices. Yet now I couldn't summon the specific details of those memories. They felt distant, insubstantial, like something I might have dreamed. The erosion of certainty became a physical sensation, a hollowness in my chest that grew larger each day. I found myself questioning not just recent events, but fundamental assumptions about my life, my relationship, my own identity. Had I always been this forgetful, this prone to confusion and self-doubt, or was something happening to me, some gradual dissolution of the boundary between reality and imagination? I started keeping a journal, writing down everything I could remember about each day. The routine helped, gave me something concrete to hold on to when everything else felt fluid and unreliable. But when I read back through my entries, they seemed to describe the life of someone else, someone more paranoid, more isolated, more disconnected from the world than I believed myself to be. The handwriting was mine, though. I recognized the particular way I formed certain letters, the slight rightward slant that had been consistent since childhood. Yet some entries contained details I couldn't remember writing, observations that seemed too perceptive or too disturbing to have come from my own mind. "She watches me when she thinks I'm not looking," one entry read, "not with affection or curiosity, but with the calculating attention of someone solving a problem." Had I written that, it sounded like something I might think but would never commit to paper. Too accusatory, too paranoid, but there it was in my own handwriting, dated just 3 days earlier. I began to suspect that someone else was reading my journal, possibly adding to it. I started hiding it in different locations, testing whether it would be disturbed. Sometimes it remained exactly where I'd left it. Other times I'd find it moved slightly, or open to a different page, or containing new entries I couldn't remember making. The new entries were always in my handwriting, always consistent with my voice and perspective. But they revealed thoughts I wasn't conscious of having, fears I hadn't admitted even to myself. They painted a picture of someone slowly losing their grip on reality, someone whose paranoia was spiraling into dangerous territory. "I think she's trying to drive me insane," one entry claimed. "Small changes, constant gaslighting, making me doubt my own perceptions until I don't know what's real anymore." Another entry, apparently written just days later, contradicted the first. "I'm the problem. My memory is failing. My judgment is compromised. She's been patient with me, but I can see the strain in her eyes. How long before she decides I'm too much trouble?" Reading these entries felt like discovering a conversation between two different versions of myself, one suspicious and accusatory, the other self-doubting and apologetic. Both voices seemed authentic, both perspectives felt true in their own way, but they couldn't both be right, could they? The question haunted me as I went through the motions of daily life. I'd catch myself studying her face during dinner, searching for signs of deception or manipulation, then immediately feel guilty for my suspicion. Was I becoming the kind of person who saw threats everywhere, who couldn't trust even the people closest to them? Or was my intuition trying to warn me about something my rational mind refused to acknowledge? The coffee cup ritual returned without explanation or fanfare. One morning she simply sat at the kitchen table, holding the cup with both hands, tracing counterclockwise circles on the rim while staring into the liquid with that distant, meditative expression I remembered from months before. When I mentioned that she'd been holding her cup differently lately, she looked at me with genuine confusion. "I always hold it this way," she said. "You must be thinking of someone else." But I wasn't thinking of someone else. I was thinking of her, of the same person sitting in the same chair, performing a ritual that had somehow reverted to its original form without acknowledgement or explanation. The certainty in her voice made me question my own memory again, but this time I fought back against the doubt. I knew what I'd observed. I'd been watching her morning routine for months, noting the changes, trying to understand their significance. The single-handed grip, the clockwise circles, her confusion when I'd asked about it, all of that had happened, hadn't it? The journal became my lifeline, the only record I trusted of what had actually occurred. I read through it obsessively, looking for patterns, for evidence that would support or refute my growing suspicions. But the entries remained contradictory, alternating between paranoid accusations and self-recrimination in ways that made it impossible to determine which perspective was more reliable. I began to realize that the truth might be more complex than either version of myself was willing to admit. Maybe we were both changing, she in ways I couldn't understand, me in response to those changes. Maybe the house itself was somehow catalyzing a transformation in both of us, turning us into people we'd never intended to become. The phone calls stopped as abruptly as they'd started. I noticed their absence before I noticed the silence itself. The way you might notice that a chronic pain has disappeared only after realizing you'd stopped anticipating it. She no longer rushed to answer the phone when it rang, no longer stood by the kitchen window with that carefully neutral expression while conducting cryptic conversations with unnamed callers. Instead, she seemed more present, more attentive to our daily interactions. She asked about my work, my thoughts, my plans for the weekend, normal questions that should have reassured me but somehow didn't. The attention felt performative, like someone following a script they'd recently memorized. "Are you feeling all right?" she asked one evening as we sat watching television. "You seem distracted lately." The question startled me. I'd been so focused on observing her behavior that I hadn't considered how my own behavior might appear to an outside observer. What did I look like to her? Paranoid, unstable, dangerous. "Just tired," I said, but she continued to study my face with an expression I couldn't read. "Maybe you should talk to someone," she suggested, "a professional. Sometimes an outside perspective can help when we're feeling overwhelmed." The suggestion felt like a trap, though I couldn't articulate why. Was she genuinely concerned about my mental health, or was she trying to establish a record of my instability? If I sought help, would that validate her concerns or provide her with ammunition she could use against me later? The paranoid thoughts came so easily now that I wondered if they'd always been there, lurking beneath the surface of my consciousness, waiting for the right circumstances to emerge. Maybe I really was losing my grip on reality. Maybe the changes I'd been observing were products of my own deteriorating mental state rather than evidence of some external threat. But then I'd find another small inconsistency, a book I'd never seen before on our shelf, a photograph hanging in a slightly different position, a spice in the pantry that neither of us remembered buying, and the paranoia would feel justified again. The cycle became exhausting. Suspicion followed by self-doubt, followed by renewed suspicion, in an endless loop that left me feeling dizzy and disconnected from my own thoughts. I began to understand how people could lose their minds gradually, not through any dramatic break with reality, but through the slow erosion of their ability to trust their own perceptions. Sleep became elusive. I'd lie in bed listening to every sound, interpreting each creak of the house as potential evidence of movement, of someone walking through rooms that should have been empty. Sometimes I'd get up to investigate, padding through the dark hallway with my heart racing, only to find everything exactly as it should be. But sometimes I'd discover small changes. A door that had been closed now standing slightly ajar. A glass of water on the kitchen counter that I couldn't remember leaving there. Footprints in the bathroom that seemed too large to be hers, too small to be mine. I started sleeping in the guest room, telling her I was having trouble with insomnia and didn't want to disturb her rest. She accepted this explanation without question, which somehow felt more unsettling than if she'd protested or asked for more details. Normal couples would have discussed the change, would have explored solutions that didn't involve sleeping apart. Her easy acceptance suggested she was either relieved by the separation or had expected it. From the guest room, I could hear more of what happened in the house during the night. Footsteps in the hallway, the soft closing of doors, the whisper of fabric against walls. Sounds that could have innocent explanations but felt ominous in the darkness. I'd strain to identify the source, to determine whether the sounds were coming from her movements or from somewhere else entirely. One night I heard voices, not the mumbled sleep-talking I had noticed before, but clear conversation between two distinct speakers. I couldn't make out the words, but the rhythm suggested dialogue, question and response, statement and acknowledgement. The voices seemed to be coming from our bedroom, but one of them didn't sound like her. I crept to the guest room door and listened more carefully. The conversation continued for several minutes, then stopped abruptly. I waited, hardly breathing, for some indication of what had just occurred. Eventually, I heard the familiar sounds of someone settling into sleep, the rustle of sheets, the soft sigh of relaxation, the gradual deepening of breath that suggested unconsciousness. In the morning, I asked if she'd been talking on the phone during the night. She looked genuinely puzzled by the question. "I was asleep," she said. "Why would I be on the phone?" I explained what I'd heard, trying to keep my tone casual and non-accusatory. She listened with the patient expression of someone humoring a confused child. "You might have been dreaming," she suggested. "Sometimes we think we're awake when we're actually still asleep. It can be very convincing." The explanation was reasonable, even probable. I'd been under stress, sleeping poorly, spending too much time focused on small inconsistencies that might have perfectly innocent explanations. Maybe my mind was creating mysteries where none existed, finding patterns in random events because the alternative, accepting that nothing unusual was happening, felt somehow more threatening than conspiracy. But I knew what I'd heard. Two voices engaged in conversation, coming from a room where only one person should have been present, unless she'd been talking to herself, which was possible but seemed inconsistent with the dialogue I'd observed, or unless someone else had been in the house, which raised questions I wasn't prepared to confront. I began checking the doors and windows each night before bed, testing locks, looking for signs of forced entry or unauthorized access. Everything always appeared secure, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Someone with the right knowledge and tools could bypass most residential security measures without leaving obvious traces. The thought that a stranger might be entering our house while we slept was terrifying, but somehow less disturbing than the alternative explanations I'd been considering. At least an intruder would be a concrete threat, something I could potentially identify and address. The other possibilities that I was losing my mind or that she was deliberately manipulating my perceptions felt more existential, more corrosive to my sense of self. I installed a small security camera in the hallway, hidden behind a picture frame where it wouldn't be easily noticed. The device was motion activated and would record to a memory card I could review each morning. If someone was moving through the house at night, I'd finally have proof. The first few nights yielded nothing unusual. The camera captured her occasional trips to the bathroom, my own restless wanderings, the ordinary movements of two people sharing a living space. But on the fourth night, the camera recorded something that made me question everything I thought I understood about our situation. The footage showed her leaving our bedroom just after midnight, walking down the hallway with purpose and confidence. But instead of heading toward the bathroom or kitchen, she stopped at the front door and stood there for several minutes, apparently listening to something I couldn't hear. Then she unlocked the door and stepped outside, disappearing from the camera's range. She returned 20 minutes later, moving with the same purposeful stride. She locked the door carefully behind her and walked back toward the bedroom, pausing only once to look directly at the camera's hiding place. The expression on her face was alert, knowing the look of someone who was fully aware of being watched but wasn't particularly concerned about it. I watched the footage repeatedly, trying to find some innocent explanation for what I'd recorded. Maybe she'd heard a noise outside and gone to investigate. Maybe she'd remembered leaving something in the car. Maybe she'd simply needed fresh air and hadn't wanted to wake me by explaining her intentions. But none of these explanations accounted for the confidence in her movements, the way she'd navigated the dark house without hesitation or stumbling. It was the behavior of someone following a familiar routine, not someone responding to an unexpected situation. When I asked her about it the next morning casually, mentioning that I thought I'd heard the front door during the night, she denied leaving the house. "I slept straight through," she said. "You must have heard something else, maybe a neighbor coming home late." But I had video evidence of what had occurred. Footage that clearly showed her leaving and returning, recorded by a camera she supposedly didn't know existed. Either she was lying about her nighttime activities, or the camera had somehow captured something that hadn't actually happened. Both possibilities seemed equally disturbing. I decided not to confront her with the evidence immediately. Instead, I continued recording, hoping to gather more information about these nocturnal excursions. Over the next week, the pattern repeated itself 3 more times, always around midnight, always lasting between 15 and 30 minutes, always conducted with the same purposeful confidence. Sometimes she carried small objects with her when she left: a manila envelope, a plastic bag, what looked like a small electronic device. She never brought these items back, at least not visibly. Whatever she was doing outside, it involved disposing of things or delivering them to someone else. The realization that she was conducting some kind of clandestine activity should have clarified the situation, should have provided answers to the questions that had been plaguing me for months. Instead, it raised new and more troubling possibilities. What was she hiding? Who was she meeting? How long had this been going on? I considered following her, but the logistics seemed impossible. She would notice if I left the house shortly after her departure, and I couldn't think of a way to observe her activities without revealing my own surveillance. Instead, I began examining the area around our house during daylight hours, looking for signs of where she might be going or what she might be doing. The empty lots in our development provided numerous hiding places and meeting spots. Someone could easily conceal themselves among the overgrown vegetation or behind the abandoned construction materials that littered the unfinished foundations. I found evidence of human activity in several locations: cigarette butts, food wrappers, areas where the grass had been flattened by repeated foot traffic, but nothing that could definitively be connected to her nocturnal activities. The search felt both necessary and futile. Even if I found the exact location where she conducted her mysterious business, what would that story for? I had just pressed my palm against the cool window pane. The room behind me held a silence that seemed to vibrate just beneath the surface of my awareness. My skin prickled as I realized the air hung too still, as if waiting for something unspoken. The scent of aged wood lingered, wrapping itself around my senses with familiar unease. I shifted slightly, feeling the tension in the room, a static charge that whispered threats I couldn't quite hear. The fabric of my shirt seemed to cling tighter, and I knew then that a boundary had been crossed. The air felt different now, heavier, and I couldn't place why. The nausea comes in waves now. It started that morning, or maybe it was the afternoon before, when I found myself standing in that doorway with my hand still reaching for something that wasn't there anymore. The brass handle felt wrong under my fingers, too warm, like someone else had been gripping it moments before I arrived. But that doesn't make sense because the house had been empty for weeks. I remember the detective's voice cutting through the fog in my head, asking about the last conversation we'd had. Her words kept circling back to the same questions, the same gentle probing that felt like fingers pressing against a bruise. Why couldn't I remember what she'd been wearing that day? Why did my timeline keep shifting when I tried to piece together those final hours? The coffee cup on the kitchen counter still had lipstick marks on the rim, red but not the shade she usually wore. I stared at it for what felt like hours, watching the light change across its surface, the way the ceramic seemed to pulse with each beat of my heart. Someone had been drinking from it recently. The coffee was still warm. But she'd been gone for 3 days by then. My reflection in the window looks hollow now, eyes sunken into shadows that seem deeper than they should be. I can see the room behind me in the glass, distorted and backwards like a photograph developed wrong. The furniture appears shifted, angled differently than I remember arranging it. The bookshelf where we kept our photo album stands empty, though I can't recall removing anything from it. There's a ringing in my ears that started after I found the note. Not the suicide note the police kept asking about, but the other one, tucked inside the medicine cabinet behind the aspirin bottle. Her handwriting definitely hers, but the words made no sense. Something about watching from the garden, about how the roses needed pruning before they grew too wild. We never had roses. Our yard was nothing but concrete and weeds. I keep returning to that moment when I walked into the bedroom and saw the impression on her side of the mattress, still fresh, still holding the shape of someone who had been lying there recently. The sheets were pulled back at an angle that suggested sudden movement, as if she'd gotten up quickly, disturbed by something. But the coroner said she'd been in the water since before dawn. The water, I try not to think about the water. My hands shake when I remember how cold she felt when I pulled her out. Not the cold of death, but something else, something that made my teeth chatter even though the day was warm. Her skin had a strange texture, almost waxy, and when I pressed my ear to her chest listening for a heartbeat, I heard something else instead. a sound like whispers, like static from an old radio tuned between stations. The neighbors claimed they saw lights in our house that night, moving from room to room long after the official time of death. One of them, the elderly woman who lives across the street, insisted she saw two figures silhouetted against our bedroom window. She described them standing close together, one tall and one shorter, their shadows overlapping in ways that hurt her eyes to look at directly. I told the police she must have been mistaken. I was alone that night. I'm sure I was alone. The phone rang 17 times before I answered it that morning. I counted each ring, letting the sound drill into my skull like a dentist's tool. When I finally picked up, there was breathing on the other end, soft and familiar, but no words. Just that rhythmic inhaling and exhaling that reminded me of how she used to fall asleep beside me, her breath warm against my neck. But dead people don't make phone calls. I've started sleepwalking again, something I haven't done since childhood. I wake up in strange places throughout the house, sometimes standing in the closet among her hanging clothes, sometimes sitting at the kitchen table with my hands folded like I'm waiting for someone to join me for breakfast. Once I woke up in the garden, dirt under my fingernails, though I have no memory of digging anything. The detective keeps asking about our relationship, whether we fought, whether there were signs of trouble. I want to tell her about the way she'd been changing in those final weeks, how her laugh sounded different, higher and more brittle, like glass about to shatter. How she'd started leaving rooms when I entered them, always finding excuses to be somewhere else. How I'd catch her staring at me sometimes with an expression I couldn't read, her head tilted slightly as if she was listening to something I couldn't hear. But those details feel too fragile to speak aloud, too likely to crumble under the weight of official scrutiny. The medical examiner's report mentioned water in her lungs, but also something else, something they couldn't quite identify. Particles of sediment that didn't match anything from the lake where I found her. When I asked about it, they said it was probably contamination from the lab, nothing significant. But I saw the confusion in their eyes, the way they glanced at each other when they thought I wasn't looking. I keep finding her jewelry in impossible places. Her wedding ring on the bathroom sink, though I distinctly remember the funeral director removing it before the cremation. Her silver bracelet coiled on my pillow like a sleeping snake. Each time I touch these objects, they feel ice cold, as if they've been stored in a freezer, and they leave my fingers tingling with a sensation that lingers for hours. The house creaks differently now. The familiar settling sounds have been replaced by something more deliberate, more purposeful. Footsteps that start and stop at random intervals, always just quiet enough that I can't be certain I'm actually hearing them. Sometimes I follow the sounds from room to room, but they always stay one step ahead of me, leading me in circles until I'm dizzy and disoriented. I found muddy footprints on the bathroom floor yesterday, small, narrow prints that could have been hers, leading from the shower to the mirror and then simply stopping. The mud was still damp, still fragrant with the smell of lake water and decomposing vegetation. I cleaned it up immediately, scrubbing until my hands were raw, but when I returned an hour later, the prints were back. The dreams are the worst part, not nightmares exactly, but something more insidious. I dream that she's still alive, that everything that happened was just a misunderstanding, a case of mistaken identity. In these dreams, she comes home while I'm sleeping, slips into bed beside me, and whispers apologies for being gone so long. Her skin is warm and dry, her hair smells like the shampoo she always used. And for those precious moments between sleep and waking, everything feels normal again. Then I open my eyes and remember. The police have stopped calling. The case is closed, filed away as a tragic accident, a woman who slipped and fell while walking alone by the lake. The official narrative is clean and simple, easy to understand and easier to forget. but I know there are pieces missing, gaps in the story that don't align with what I remember, what I experienced, what I felt in my bones during those strange final days. I've started keeping a journal, trying to capture the details before they fade completely, but when I read back over my entries, they don't make sense. The handwriting changes from page to page, sometimes neat and controlled, sometimes wild and barely legible. Whole paragraphs appear that I don't remember writing, descriptions of events that couldn't have happened, conversations that feel real but logically impossible. One entry dated from last week describes a dinner we shared together, complete with details about what she wore, what we ate, how she laughed at something I said. But she's been gone for 2 months now. The handwriting looks like mine, but the ink is a color I don't own, a deep red that seems to shift and move when I stare at it too long. The mirror in our bedroom has developed a crack that wasn't there before. It starts at the bottom corner and spirals upward in a pattern that reminds me of water ripples frozen in glass. Sometimes, when the light hits it just right, I can see 2 reflections instead of one, overlapping and slightly out of sync, like a double exposure photograph. The second reflection moves a fraction of a second after I do, creating a disorienting echo effect that makes me question which image is real. I've been avoiding the lake, but yesterday I found myself standing at its edge with no memory of walking there. My shoes were soaked through, my pants cuffs heavy with water and mud. The surface of the lake was perfectly still, mirror smooth, reflecting the sky so clearly that I couldn't tell where the water ended and the air began. For a moment, I felt the overwhelming urge to step forward, to let the water close over my head and see what secrets it might whisper. Instead, I turned and ran. The running helped, at least temporarily. The physical exhaustion drowned out the constant buzzing in my head, the whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. But even now, sitting here with my palm pressed against the cool window, I can feel them starting up again. Soft voices speaking in languages I don't recognize, or maybe in a language I once knew but have forgotten. The glass fogs with my breath, and in the condensation, shapes appear. Not random patterns, but deliberate marks, like someone is writing on the other side of the window. Letters that spell out words I can almost understand, messages that fade before I can fully decipher them. I wipe the glass clean, but the shapes return, more insistent now, more urgent. I think she's trying to tell me something. The realization comes with a chill that starts in my chest and spreads outward like spilled ice water. All these strange occurrences, these impossible details, these fragments of memory that don't quite fit together, they're not signs of my deteriorating mental state. They're communications, attempts at contact from somewhere beyond the official narrative, beyond the neat conclusions and filed reports. But if she's trying to reach me, what is she trying to say? And why does every message feel like a warning? The silence in the room has changed again, become expectant rather than oppressive. I can feel something shifting behind me, a presence that makes the hair on my arms stand up. I don't want to turn around. I don't want to see what's there, what's been there all along, waiting for me to finally understand. My reflection in the window wavers, becomes unstable, and for just a moment I see her face superimposed over mine, her eyes wide with an urgency that transcends death. Her mouth moves, forming words I can't hear but somehow understand. She's not apologizing for leaving. She's not asking for forgiveness. She's warning me about what's coming next. The boundary that was crossed that day wasn't between life and death. It was something else entirely, something that makes the air heavy and the silence vibrate with unspoken threats. And now, with my palm still pressed against the cool glass, I finally understand that I was never the one grieving her loss. I was the one being mourned, story 5. The lock offered no resistance this time. My fingers traced its edges, expecting the familiar click, but nothing engaged. The hallway lay ahead, bathed in an unnatural stillness, as if sound had chosen not to follow me in. I moved automatically, steps steady, though the floorboards didn't groan their usual greeting. Each fixture stood in place, pretending normalcy, yet their quiet defiance felt intentional. The chair by the window seemed to hold its breath, fabric stretched taut, as if it remembered an occupant long gone. I reached for the light switch, but the room remained obstinately dim, leaving me to question if it had ever known illumination. The scent of lavender lingers in corners where it shouldn't belong. I keep catching it, that sweet artificial sweetness that makes my stomach turn. It wasn't there before, or maybe it was always there, and I'm only noticing now because everything else feels wrong. I was looking for something, a box I think, or maybe papers. The details slip away like water through my fingers, but the urgency remains, pressing against my chest like a weight I can't name. Someone told me to check the closet. Their voice echoes in my memory, muffled and distant, as if spoken through glass. You'll find it behind the winter coats. But whose voice was that? The closet door stands ajar. I remember closing it. I always close doors behind me, a habit ingrained since childhood. Yet there it is, revealing a slice of darkness that seems deeper than it should be. The winter coats hang like sentinels, their fabric heavy with the smell of mothballs and something else, something organic and stale. I reach between the sleeves, my fingers searching for whatever I'm supposed to find. The wall feels different here, rougher, as if someone patched it hastily. My palm detects an irregularity, a section that gives slightly under pressure. The room shifts around me, not physically, but in some other way that makes my vision blur at the edges. I'm standing in the kitchen now, though I don't remember walking there. The refrigerator hums its mechanical lullaby, and the faucet drips a steady rhythm that matches my heartbeat. There's a cup on the counter, half full of coffee that's gone cold, a skin of cream forming on the surface. I don't drink coffee, never have. The bitter taste makes me sick. So why is there a cup here, and why does the handle bear the impression of someone's grip, as if it were set down just moments ago? You're imagining things again. The voice comes from behind me, but when I turn, the kitchen stretches empty. The words hang in the air like smoke, familiar yet impossible to place. Someone used to say that to me, someone who mattered, but their face dissolves whenever I try to focus on it, leaving only the echo of their dismissal. I find myself in the bedroom, standing before the dresser mirror. My reflection looks tired, older somehow, with shadows beneath my eyes that weren't there this morning. Or was it this morning? Time feels elastic here, stretching and compressing without warning. The drawers are slightly open, each one revealing a gap like a mouth caught mid-sentence. I don't remember opening them. I'm careful about these things, methodical, everything in its place, everything closed and secure. Yet here they are, gaping at me with accusation. Inside the top drawer, beneath layers of fabric that feel foreign to my touch, my fingers find an envelope. The paper is thick, expensive, the kind used for formal occasions. My name is written across the front in handwriting I should recognize but don't. The ink has faded to a rusty brown that makes my throat constrict. I can't bring myself to open it. The lavender scent grows stronger, mixing with something metallic that coats the back of my tongue. I'm in the hallway again, though the transition feels seamless, like stepping from one dream into another. The photographs on the wall watch me pass, their subjects frozen in moments I can't quite place. There's one frame that's turned around, its back facing outward. I know I should turn it over, should see what image someone felt compelled to hide, but my hand refuses to cooperate. Some knowledge is too dangerous to reclaim. They won't understand. Another voice different from the first. This one carries weight, authority. It belonged to someone who made decisions, someone who shaped the boundaries of my world, but their face remains obscured, hidden behind a veil of willful forgetting. The bathroom door is closed. I press my ear against the wood and hear nothing, yet the silence feels occupied, as if someone is holding their breath on the other side. The handle turns easily under my grip, but I can't bring myself to push the door open. Some thresholds shouldn't be crossed. I'm back in the living room, seated in the chair by the window. The fabric feels different now, softer, as if it's molded itself to accommodate a different body. Outside, the world continues its routine, but the glass between us makes everything seem distant and unreal. The envelope rests on my lap. I don't remember bringing it with me, but there it is, waiting with patient malevolence. The handwriting seems more familiar now, though I still can't place it. The letters loop and curve in patterns that trigger something deep in my memory, something I've worked hard to bury. My name isn't the only thing written on the envelope. Below it, in smaller script, are two words that make my vision blur: final notice. The coffee cup appears on the side table, though I know I left it in the kitchen. The liquid inside has grown a skin that reflects the dim light like an oil slick. Someone was here. Someone who knew where to find things, who felt comfortable enough to leave traces of their presence. But the house has been empty. I would have heard footsteps, voices, the sound of doors opening and closing. The silence has been absolute, broken only by the mechanical whispers of appliances and the settling of old wood. Unless the silence was never empty at all. The lavender scent pulses now, growing stronger and weaker like a living thing. I follow it through rooms that seem to rearrange themselves when I'm not looking. The kitchen leads to the bedroom, which opens onto the hallway, which circles back to the living room in a pattern that defies the house's actual layout. In the closet, the winter coats have moved. They hang in different positions now, their sleeves touching in ways that suggest conspiracy. Behind them, the wall section I discovered earlier has opened, revealing a space I didn't know existed. Inside, boxes stack upon boxes, their contents hidden but somehow familiar. My hands know these containers, remember packing them, sealing them, hiding them away from prying eyes. But the memories feel borrowed, as if they belong to someone else who happened to share my body. You did what you had to do. The voice is my own this time, speaking words I don't remember thinking. They echo from the hidden space, bouncing off walls that shouldn't exist. The sound carries weight, finality, the tone of someone who has made peace with necessary choices. But what choices, what necessity drove me to create this secret space, to fill it with boxes whose contents I dare not examine? The envelope crackles as I turn it over in my hands. The seal has been broken and resealed, the wax bearing impressions of multiple openings. Someone has read its contents repeatedly, has returned to its message again and again. The paper shows wear marks where fingers have traced the same words over and over, like a prayer or a confession. I'm standing in the kitchen again. The coffee cup multiplies, becoming 2, then 3, then a collection of vessels that crowd the counter. Each one bears the same impression on its handle, the same skin of cream on its surface. Evidence of repeated visits, repeated rituals, repeated attempts to maintain normalcy in the face of something that defies normal understanding. The refrigerator door hangs open now, revealing shelves stocked with food I don't remember buying. Containers of leftovers bear dates in handwriting that isn't mine, yet the formation of the numbers triggers muscle memory in my fingers. Someone else has been maintaining this space, caring for it, ensuring it remains ready for occupation. But by whom? The bathroom door stands open now, revealing a space that breathes with humid warmth. Steam clings to the mirror, and through its condensation, words have been traced by an invisible finger. I can't read them from this distance, but their presence makes my chest tight with recognition. I approach slowly, each step an act of will. The words resolve themselves as I near. Don't forget again. The handwriting is mine. Below the message, a date has been scratched into the condensation. But dates are forbidden here. Time is elastic and unreliable. Still, the numbers burn themselves into my vision, marking a moment that everything else revolves around. A fixed point in the chaos of fragmented memory. The lavender scent overwhelms me now, mixing with steam and something else, something organic that speaks of neglect and concealment. I reach for the mirror, meaning to wipe away the message, but my reflection stops me cold. The face looking back isn't quite mine. The features match, but the expression belongs to someone else, someone who has seen things I can't remember, done things I won't acknowledge. This other version of myself nods slightly, a gesture of recognition that makes my knees weak. I'm back in the living room, but the chair by the window now faces inward, toward the room instead of out. Someone has moved it, positioned it to observe rather than escape. The fabric bears new impressions, deeper ones, as if occupied by someone heavier than myself. The envelope lies open on the side table. I don't remember opening it, but the contents spill across the surface like accusations. Documents, photographs, evidence of things I've worked so hard to forget. The handwriting I couldn't place earlier now screams its identity. My own, but from a different time, when I was a different person making different choices. The photographs show places I recognize but can't name, faces that trigger responses I can't explain. In one image, someone sits in this very chair, but their features are obscured by shadow and distance. Only their hands are clear, and I know those hands. I know the way the fingers curve, the pattern of veins beneath the skin. They're my hands, but they belong to someone I used to be. The coffee cups have multiplied again, spreading throughout the house like markers of presence. Each one tells the same story. Someone was here, someone who knew the routine, who felt comfortable enough to leave evidence of their occupancy. But the someone was me, visiting a life I'd forgotten, maintaining a space I'd abandoned. In the hidden closet, the boxes have opened themselves. Their contents spill across the floor. More documents, more photographs, more evidence of a life lived in parallel to the one I remember. The handwriting appears everywhere, chronicling events I can't recall, decisions I don't remember making. But the evidence is overwhelming. This other life, this shadow existence, bears all the markers of authenticity. The details are too specific, too personal to be fabricated. Someone lived here, made choices here, left traces of their presence in every corner. That someone was me. The realization doesn't come as a shock, but as a slow recognition, like watching sunrise gradually illuminate a familiar landscape. I've been here before, not just today, but many times. Each visit following the same pattern, the unlocked door, the searching, the discovery, the forgetting. The envelope marked "Final Notice" isn't a threat but a reminder, a message from one version of myself to another, an attempt to break the cycle of forgetting and rediscovering. But even now, as understanding dawns, I can feel the memories beginning to fade, the details blurring at their edges. The lavender scent was a trigger, carefully placed to guide me through the routine. The coffee cups, the moved furniture, the opened drawers, all breadcrumbs leading back to a truth I've repeatedly hidden from myself. But why, what knowledge is so terrible that I've constructed this elaborate system of concealment and rediscovery? What truth am I protecting myself from, even as I leave clues for my future self to follow? The photographs provide hints but no answers. The documents suggest consequences but reveal no causes. Everything points toward a central event, a moment that everything else revolves around, but that moment remains obscured, protected by layers of willful amnesia. I'm standing by the window now, looking out at a world that continues its routine, unaware of the drama playing out behind this glass. The chair faces inward again, repositioned by hands I don't remember moving. The envelope rests on its arm, its contents scattered like fallen leaves. Soon I'll gather everything up. I'll return the documents to their boxes, seal the hidden space, close the drawers. I'll wash the coffee cups and return them to their shelves. I'll lock the door behind me and walk away, carrying nothing but the fading scent of lavender and a vague sense of unfinished business. And sometime later, when the forgetting is complete, I'll return. The lock will offer no resistance, and the cycle will begin again. I'll search for something I can't name, find clues I've left for myself, and approach a truth that remains just beyond reach. The lavender will guide me through rooms that rearrange themselves in the service of concealment. The coffee cups will multiply like evidence of a presence I can't acknowledge. The photographs will show me faces I should recognize but don't. And eventually I'll understand again briefly, before the understanding fades like steam from a mirror, leaving only the faintest trace of words I wrote to myself. Don't forget again. But I will forget, I always do. The forgetting is as much a part of the pattern as the remembering, as necessary as the lock that offers no resistance when I return to discover what I've hidden from myself. The scent of lavender lingers in corners where it shouldn't belong, sweet and artificial and wrong. It will guide me home again when I'm ready to remember what I've worked so hard to forget. Story 6. The morning mist clung to the countryside, swallowing the familiar shapes until only vague outlines remained. Dewdrops lingered on the grass, cool and untouched, alongside a narrow trail that seemed to emerge out of nowhere. This path wasn't there yesterday, I was sure of it. As I stepped cautiously forward, the air carried an unsettling stillness, interrupted only by the rustle of leaves that shivered without a breeze. The sensation that something unseen was watching etched a line of cold down my spine, urging me back. But the path seemed to beckon, pulling me into its hidden depths. I had come here every morning for weeks, seeking solitude after the incident. The fields behind my rented cottage offered the kind of emptiness I craved. No questions, no sympathetic glances, no reminders of what I couldn't quite remember. My therapist said walking would help clear the fog in my mind, the strange gaps that had appeared after the accident. She was right, mostly. The rhythm of my footsteps usually brought clarity. But this morning felt different. The path stretched ahead like a scar across the landscape, its edges too defined, too deliberate. I followed it because I had to understand where it led, why it called to me with such insistence. The logical explanation came easily enough. Rural paths appear and disappear with the seasons. Farmers create temporary routes for equipment, hikers wear new trails through the grass. The mist had simply obscured it before, and now the changing light revealed what had always been there. My memory, still fragile from the trauma, had simply failed to register it during previous walks. As I walked deeper into the countryside, the path wound through a grove of trees I didn't recognize. The bark felt smooth under my palm, almost warm despite the cool morning air. The scent of earth and something metallic hung in the air, growing stronger with each step. I told myself it was just the moisture in the soil, the iron-rich clay common to this region. The trees opened into a small clearing where the grass grew in perfect circles, as if something had been placed there and removed. 3 circles, each about the size of a person lying down. I knelt and pressed my hand to the flattened earth. It felt familiar somehow, the texture triggering a sensation I couldn't name. This was where I found them, I told myself. This was where the 3 missing hikers had made their final camp before they disappeared. The authorities had searched for weeks, and I had been the one to discover this clearing, to call in the coordinates that led to the recovery of their belongings. My memory of that day remained hazy, but the physical evidence was clear. Their backpacks, their camping gear, everything neatly arranged as if they had simply vanished into thin air. But as I stood in the clearing, another sensation washed over me. Not the satisfaction of solved mystery, but something darker. My hands began to shake, and I tasted copper in my mouth. The morning mist seemed to thicken around me, and for a moment I wasn't alone in the clearing. 3 figures sat in the grass circles, their backs to me. They were perfectly still, unnaturally so, their heads tilted at angles that made my stomach clench. When I blinked, they were gone, but the impression of their presence lingered like heat from a recently extinguished fire. I stumbled backward, my rational mind scrambling for explanations. Hallucinations were common after head trauma. The doctors had warned me about this: false memories, visual disturbances, confusion between dreams and reality. The medication I was taking could cause these episodes. Everything I was experiencing had a medical explanation. But my body remembered things my mind refused to acknowledge. The weight of something heavy in my hands, the sound of breathing that wasn't my own, the smell of fear, sharp and acidic, mixing with the metallic scent that still clung to my clothes no matter how many times I washed them. I had found the clearing by accident, I reminded myself. I had been walking, gotten lost in the mist, and stumbled upon the abandoned campsite. I had done the right thing by calling the authorities. The search teams had praised my civic duty, my keen observation skills. The families of the missing hikers had thanked me for bringing them closure, even if their loved ones were never found. Yet as I retraced my steps along the path, fragments of another story pushed through the carefully constructed narrative. Flashes of memory that felt more real than the official version. The sound of my own voice, calm and persuasive, asking 3 strangers if they needed directions. The trust in their eyes as they followed me off the main trail. The moment when trust became something else entirely. My therapist had explained how trauma could create false memories, how the mind sometimes invented stories to fill gaps left by shock. She said I was processing survivor's guilt, that my unconscious mind was creating scenarios where I was responsible for the hiker's disappearance because being guilty felt more manageable than being helpless. But the path beneath my feet felt too real, too permanent. And when I reached the edge of the grove, I turned back to see if the clearing was still visible through the trees. What I saw made my breath catch in my throat. The path was gone. The grove stood dense and impenetrable, as if no trail had ever existed. The morning mist swirled around the trees, erasing any evidence of where I had been or what I had seen. I stood at the edge of the field, my heart hammering against my ribs. 2 versions of the morning existed simultaneously in my mind, each as vivid and convincing as the other. In one, I was a helpful citizen who had aided in a missing persons case. In the other, I was something else entirely, something I couldn't bear to name. The walk back to my cottage felt endless. Every shadow seemed to hide watching eyes. Every sound carried the weight of accusation. The medication bottle on my kitchen counter caught the morning light, its amber surface reflecting my distorted image. I counted the pills inside the same number as yesterday, or one fewer. I couldn't remember taking my dose, couldn't remember much of anything with certainty. The phone rang as I stood there, and I let it ring. It would be my therapist checking on my progress, or perhaps the investigator who had been so grateful for my cooperation. Both conversations required a version of myself I wasn't sure I could summon. Instead, I returned to the window that faced the fields. The mist was lifting now, revealing the familiar landscape I had walked through for weeks. No path was visible, no grove of smooth-barked trees, no clearing with its perfect circles of flattened grass. Everything looked exactly as it should, exactly as it had every other morning. But I could still taste copper in my mouth, could still feel the phantom weight in my hands. And somewhere in the distance, carried on a breeze that barely stirred the grass, I heard the sound of voices calling my name, 3 voices, speaking in perfect unison, asking why I had led them so far from safety. I closed the curtains and turned away from the window, but the voices followed me into the darkness of my cottage, where 2 truths waited to tear me apart, and neither would ever let me rest. Story 7. I found myself sitting motionless in the dim room, eyes glued to the door that stood ajar. The air felt thick, as if anticipating something. The distant ticking of the clock was the only constant, each second pulling me into an endless stretch. The walls seemed to exhale a silent tension. Occasionally, the floorboards issued subtle creaks, restless under an invisible weight. Nothing should be moving, yet the shadows themselves appeared to lean closer, listening with me. In this suspended moment, a subtle shift broke the silence, an unfamiliar scent, faint but distinct, curling from the threshold. The smell makes my stomach turn, not because it's putrid or overwhelming, but because it's wrong. Like copper pennies mixed with something sweet, something that shouldn't be sweet. My hands are trembling against my thighs, and I can't remember when they started shaking. Can't remember sitting down either, but here I am, planted in this chair like I've been growing from it. The scent pulls me backward through layers of forgetting to another room. Different walls, different shadows, but the same wrongness hanging in the air. I was standing then, not sitting. Standing and staring at something on the floor that didn't belong there. Something that made me think of broken dolls, though it wasn't a doll at all. My mouth tastes metallic now. When did I bite my tongue? The memory shifts, slides sideways like water through my fingers. Now I'm in a hallway, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead with that sick yellow glow that makes everyone look dead. The linoleum beneath my feet is polished to a mirror shine, reflecting the lights in wavering lines that hurt to look at. Someone is walking beside me, their footsteps echoing mine, but when I turn my head, there's no one there. Just the echo of presence, the warmth where a body should be. We were talking about something important, something that made my chest tight with the kind of fear that lives in your bones. But the words have dissolved, leaving only the sensation of urgency, of time running out like sand through an hourglass someone keeps turning upside down. I remember hands, not my hands, someone else's hands moving in my peripheral vision, gesturing, pointing, reaching for something I couldn't see. The fingers were long and pale, with clean nails that caught the light wrong. They moved too smoothly, like they were underwater or in a dream where physics don't quite work the way they should. The chair I'm sitting in now feels different, warmer, like someone else was sitting here before me and their heat is still trapped in the fabric. The thought makes my skin crawl, makes me want to stand up and run, but my legs won't cooperate. They feel heavy, disconnected, like they belong to someone else entirely. There was a conversation, I'm sure of it now. Voices low and urgent, threading through the air like smoke. One voice I recognized, though I can't place it anymore. The other was unfamiliar, with an accent I couldn't identify, vowels that bent in strange directions. They were discussing something that made the air itself seem to thicken, made breathing feel like work. The smell is stronger now. It's coming from the hallway beyond the door, seeping through the crack like fog. My nostrils burn with it, and I have to breathe through my mouth, but that only makes it worse because now I can taste it. Sweet copper with an undertone of something organic, something that makes me think of autumn leaves decomposing in forgotten corners. I was wearing different clothes then. A sweater, I think, something soft that felt like armor against the cold. My fingers kept picking at a loose thread on the sleeve, rolling it between my thumb and forefinger until it broke. The small snap of the thread breaking was the loudest sound in the world for a moment, louder than the voices, louder than my own heartbeat drumming in my ears. The broken thread is still in my pocket. I can feel it there now, a tiny piece of evidence that everything actually happened. But evidence of what? The memory keeps shifting, rearranging itself like furniture in a room I'm trying to navigate in the dark. Someone was crying, not sobbing, not making a scene, just the quiet kind of crying that happens when all the loud emotions have been wrung out and only the raw grief remains. The tears caught the light as they fell, tiny prisms breaking the yellow fluorescence into rainbow fragments that danced on the polished floor. I wanted to comfort them, whoever they were, wanted to reach out and offer something, a tissue, a word, a gesture. But my arms stayed at my sides, heavy as lead, and my mouth stayed closed around words that felt too big and clumsy for the space they needed to fill. The door moves just slightly, just enough to make the hinges whisper. The sound goes straight through me like a tuning fork struck against bone. I know I should look away, should close my eyes or turn my head, but I can't. I'm trapped in this moment, this eternal second before something happens that I don't want to see. But I've already seen it, haven't I? That's why I'm here in this chair with my hands shaking and my mouth full of metal. That's why the smell makes me sick and the shadows seem to lean in like they're listening for secrets. The hallway memory fractures, splits into fragments that don't fit together properly. Now I'm in an office, sitting across from someone whose face I can't quite bring into focus. They're asking questions in a voice that sounds like it's coming from underwater. The words reach me delayed, distorted, like they have to travel through layers of thick glass to get to my ears. I'm answering, but I don't know what I'm saying. The words feel foreign in my mouth, like I'm speaking a language I learned badly in school. My voice sounds thin and far away, like it's coming from someone else entirely. The person across from me is taking notes, their pen scratching across paper with a sound like fingernails on silk. There's a window behind them, but when I try to look through it, all I can see is my own reflection staring back. My face looks wrong, asymmetrical, like someone tried to draw me from memory and got the proportions slightly off. My eyes are too wide, too bright, and there's something in them that I don't recognize. Something that makes me look away from my own reflection. The smell follows me everywhere now. It's in my clothes, in my hair, under my fingernails. I scrub my hands until they're raw, but it won't come off. It's become part of me, woven into my skin like a tattoo made of scent. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night with my hands pressed to my nose, trying to block it out, but it's coming from inside me now. I remember a phone call, the ring cutting through silence like a blade, sharp and insistent. My hand shaking as I reached for the receiver, already knowing that whatever news was coming would change everything. The voice on the other end was calm, professional, but underneath the composed words was something else. Something that made my knees buckle and my vision narrow to a tunnel. The words they spoke hang in the air around me now, even though I can't quite remember what they were. They're like birds circling overhead, casting shadows that I can feel but can't see. They want to land, want to settle into meaning, but I keep shooing them away before they can roost in my understanding. My coffee has gone cold. When did I pour coffee? The cup sits on the small table beside my chair, a skin of milk fat congealing on the surface like a tiny oil slick. The sight makes my stomach lurch, makes me think of other surfaces, other films of things that shouldn't be there. I was running, the memory comes back in fragments, my feet hitting pavement, my breath burning in my lungs, the stitch in my side that felt like someone was pulling my ribs apart from the inside. I was running towards something or away from something, but I can't remember which, maybe both, maybe it doesn't matter. The streetlights made pools of yellow on the dark pavement, and I moved through them like a swimmer moving through water, each pool of light a breath, each stretch of darkness a dive into the unknown. My shadow stretched and compressed with each light I passed, sometimes racing ahead of me, sometimes lagging behind like it couldn't decide which direction we were really going. Someone called my name. The sound echoed off the buildings, bouncing back and forth until it became meaningless, just syllables without identity. I didn't stop running, couldn't stop. My legs had their own momentum now, carrying me forward whether I wanted to go or not. The door is opening wider now. I can see more of the hallway beyond, more of the space where the smell is coming from. The walls out there are a different color, a pale green that reminds me of hospitals or schools or other places where people go when they don't have a choice. The floor is that same polished linoleum, reflecting everything in wavering, distorted lines. There's something on the floor out there, something dark that doesn't reflect the light the way it should. It's not moving, but it seems to pulse with its own rhythm like it has a heartbeat. I know I should look away, should close the door, should leave this room and never come back, but I can't move. I'm frozen in this chair, trapped in this moment that stretches out like taffy. The crying is louder now, or maybe it's closer, or maybe it's coming from me. I can't tell anymore. The sound seems to fill the room, seems to seep from the walls themselves. It's the kind of crying that comes from somewhere deeper than sadness, somewhere primal and raw, where all the civilized responses have been stripped away. I remember signing something, my hand moving across paper, forming letters that spelled out my name, but the pen felt wrong in my fingers, too light or too heavy, and the ink seemed to flow in the wrong direction. The paper was important, I knew that much, legal and binding and final, but I couldn't focus on the words, couldn't make sense of the sentences that twisted and curved like snakes across the page. Someone was explaining things to me, their voice patient and kind, but the words kept sliding off my understanding like water off glass. I nodded at the right moments, made sounds of agreement, but inside I was screaming. Inside I was already running down that dark street with the pools of yellow light. The phone rings, not the memory of a phone call, but an actual phone, somewhere in this house, cutting through the thick air with its sharp insistence. I should answer it. I know I should answer it, but I can't make my body obey. I'm paralyzed by the certainty that the voice on the other end will tell me something I already know, something I've been trying not to know. The ringing stops. The silence that follows is worse than the noise, heavier and more oppressive. It presses down on me like a weight, like the air itself has turned solid. I can hear my own breathing now, shallow and quick, like I've been running again. The smell is overwhelming now. It fills my nostrils, coats the back of my throat, makes my eyes water. I press my hand to my mouth, trying to block it out, but it's everywhere. It's in the air, in the furniture, in my clothes. It's become the atmosphere itself, the medium through which all sensation must pass. I remember a garden, not a memory of being in a garden, but the idea of one, the concept floating through my consciousness like a leaf on water. There were flowers, bright and cheerful, planted in neat rows. Someone had tended them carefully, had watered them and pruned them and loved them into blooming. But now they're wilting, their petals falling to the ground like tears. The person who tended them is gone. That knowledge sits in my chest like a stone, heavy and immovable. They won't be coming back to water the flowers, won't be there to see them bloom again. The garden will grow wild now, or it will die. Either way, it will never be the same. I was holding something, a photograph maybe, or a letter. Something that crinkled when I gripped it too tightly, something that bore the weight of meaning beyond its physical substance. My fingers kept smoothing it out, trying to erase the wrinkles I'd created, but the damage was already done. Some things, once creased, never lie flat again. The shadows in the room are moving now, shifting and flowing like liquid. They pour across the floor, climb the walls, reach toward me with fingers made of darkness. I know they're not real, no, it's just my eyes playing tricks in the dim light, but they feel real. They feel hungry. There was music playing somewhere, not in the room where I am now, but in that other place, that other time that keeps bleeding through the barriers I've tried to build around it. It was soft and sad, the kind of music that makes you think of endings, of things that can't be undone. The melody wrapped around me like smoke, got into my clothes and my hair and under my skin. Someone was humming along, their voice was off-key, wavering, but there was something beautiful about the imperfection, something human and vulnerable that made my chest ache with a pain I couldn't name. I wanted to hum along too, wanted to add my voice to theirs, but I'd forgotten how to make sounds that weren't just breathing. The door is fully open now. The hallway stretches out before me, longer than it should be, disappearing into a darkness that seems to have weight and substance. The thing on the floor is clearer now, more defined, but I still can't make sense of what I'm seeing. It's the wrong size, the wrong shape, the wrong color. It doesn't belong in this world of polished floors and fluorescent lights. I'm standing up. I don't remember deciding to stand, don't remember my legs regaining their strength. But here I am, vertical and swaying slightly like a tree in a breeze. My feet are moving without my permission, carrying me toward the door, toward the hallway, toward the thing that doesn't belong. Each step echoes in the silence, a hollow sound that seems to come from somewhere else entirely. The floor feels unstable beneath my feet, like I'm walking on water that's only pretending to be solid. The walls breathe around me, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that doesn't match my heartbeat. The smell gets stronger with each step. It's not just copper and sweetness anymore, there are other notes now, other scents layered underneath like instruments in an orchestra. Something floral, something chemical, something that makes me think of cleaning products and covered mirrors and flowers sent by people who don't know what else to do. I'm almost at the threshold now, almost at the point where the dim room becomes the bright hallway, where the shadows give way to that sick yellow light. My hand reaches out, touches the doorframe, feels the smooth paint under my fingertips. The wood is warm, warmer than it should be, like it's been sitting in sunlight even though there are no windows here. The thing on the floor shifts slightly. Not moving exactly, but settling like it's been waiting for me to get close enough to see it properly. I know I should run. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to turn around, to go back to the chair, to close the door and never open it again. But I can't stop moving forward. My shadow falls across the threshold, stretches out into the hallway like a dark finger pointing at something I don't want to acknowledge. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, their frequency matching the vibration in my bones, the tremor that's been building in my chest since I first smelled that wrong sweetness in the air. I remember now, not everything, not the whole picture, but enough. Enough to understand why I'm here, why I can't leave, why the smell follows me everywhere I go. The knowledge sits in my stomach like spoiled food, makes me double over with the weight of it. The phone call, the running, the signing of papers, the garden that will grow wild or die, the music and the humming and the tears that caught the light like prisms. They're all connected, all part of the same story, the same ending that I've been trying not to reach. But I'm here now at the threshold, and the thing on the floor is waiting for me to see it clearly, waiting for me to acknowledge what it is, what it means, what it changes about everything I thought I knew. The smell wraps around me like a blanket made of memory, and I take one more step forward into the light that makes everything look dead. The buzzing grows louder, or maybe it's coming from inside my head now. The walls pulse with their own rhythm, and the floor beneath my feet feels less solid with each passing second. I'm dissolving, becoming part of the wrongness, part of the story that doesn't have an ending because endings require understanding, and understanding requires accepting what can't be accepted. My hand reaches out again, not toward the doorframe now, but toward the thing on the floor. My fingers stretch through air that feels thick as honey, and somewhere in the distance I can hear someone calling my name again. But it's too late for names, too late for calling. I'm already here, already part of whatever this is, whatever this has become. The smell is everything now, Story 8. The security system registered a power surge, timestamped at 200 hours. Entry points remained secured, with no unauthorized access detected. Surveillance footage, however, displayed static interference at regular 2-minute intervals. An interior scan revealed no temperature fluctuations, aligning with standard ambient conditions. Shelving units maintained their structural integrity, and no items appeared displaced. A digital clock on the mantel was observed cycling through incorrect dates sporadically. Dust patterns on surfaces remained undisturbed, yet the monitor displayed a lingering notification, dismissing itself repeatedly without input. I keep reading this report. The coffee has gone cold beside my keyboard, but I don't remember making it. The cursor blinks in the text field where I'm supposed to add my assessment, but what do you write about something that didn't happen? The static comes in waves, 2 minutes, then clear footage, 2 minutes, then nothing. I've watched the same sequence 47 times. In the clear moments, the living room sits empty. Shadows fall where they should. The plant by the window hasn't moved. The magazines on the coffee table remain fanned exactly as the homeowner left them. But during the static, I hear something. Not through the speakers, those go silent when the interference hits. I hear it in the room with me, here at the monitoring station. A sound like fabric brushing against fabric, like someone walking in stocking feet. The homeowner called about strange occurrences, items in different places, doors found open, the usual complaints we get from people living alone who forget their own habits. I assured her the system would catch any intrusions. I told her the equipment was state-of-the-art. I didn't tell her about the other houses, the ones with the same 2-minute intervals, the same static pattern, the same notification that dismisses itself. There's a photograph on my desk. My predecessor left it behind when he quit without notice. It shows the interior of a house, not the one I'm monitoring now, but similar. Same type of furniture arrangement, same shadows falling at the same angles. In the photo, everything looks normal except for one detail that takes time to notice. The dust patterns on the coffee table spell something, not words exactly, more like symbols drawn by a finger. The homeowner's voice echoes in my memory. She said she'd been having dreams about walking through her house, but in the dreams, someone else was walking through it at the same time. They never met, but she could hear the other person's footsteps always one room away. I told her dreams weren't security concerns. The notification appears again on my screen. It's asking me to confirm receipt of a message, but there's no message displayed. When I click to dismiss it, my hand trembles. The cursor hovers over the button for longer than necessary. In that moment of hesitation, I notice something new in the live feed. The magazines on the coffee table have moved, just slightly. The fan pattern is different now, more compressed, as if someone sat down and the air displacement shifted them. But the footage shows no one entering, no movement at all. I rewind to check. The magazines were fanned wide at the start of my shift, I'm certain. But looking at the footage from earlier, they appear compressed then too, as if they were always that way, as if my memory of them being different is incorrect. The phone rings, it's the homeowner. Her voice sounds smaller than before, more distant. She says she's been sitting in her car outside her house for the past hour, watching her own windows. She says she can see lights moving inside, but she turned everything off before leaving. She says she's afraid to go back in. I check the system, no motion detected, no lights registered as active. According to every sensor, the house is empty and dark. I tell her the system shows all clear. I tell her it's probably reflections from passing cars, street lights playing tricks. I don't tell her I can see the same lights she's describing on my monitor. Soft glows that drift from room to room without triggering any sensors. After she hangs up, I sit in the quiet of the monitoring station. The building is empty except for me. Night shift means solitude, means watching other people's homes while my own sits unguarded across town. I think about my own security system, the same model I'm monitoring now. I think about whether it's experiencing the same 2-minute intervals. The thought makes my chest tighten. I haven't checked my own system tonight. I always do, but tonight I forgot. Or maybe I deliberately avoided it. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Are you watching? I look around the monitoring station. The cameras here only face outward toward the parking lot and entrance. Nothing watches the watchers. The text could be from anyone, could mean anything, but my hands shake as I delete it. The static hits again, right on schedule, 2 minutes of interference. In the silence, I hear that sound again, fabric against fabric, footsteps that aren't quite footsteps. This time I stand up, turn around, scan the empty room behind me. Nothing, just shadows and the glow of emergency exit signs. When the feed returns, the homeowner's living room looks different. Not obviously changed, but wrong in a way that's hard to pinpoint. The shadows fall at slightly different angles, as if the light sources have shifted. The plant by the window seems fuller, its leaves turned towards something that isn't there. I make a note in the log, intermittent signal interference, investigating technical issues. But I know it's not technical. I know because I've seen this pattern before in the files my predecessor left behind. Houses where residents reported feeling watched. Systems that showed no intrusions but recorded impossible changes. Monitors that displayed notifications with no source. The files were incomplete, notes scrawled in margins, observations that read like confessions. The static isn't interference, one note read. It's when they're most active. Another, check the dust patterns, they're trying to communicate. I thought he'd lost his grip on reality. Night shifts can do that, the isolation and responsibility. But now I understand. Now I'm writing my own notes in margins, leaving my own incomplete observations. The homeowner calls again. She's back inside now, moving through her house with the phone pressed to her ear. I can hear her footsteps on the hardwood floors, can match them to her movement on the camera feed. But there's something else in the audio and echo that shouldn't be there, as if someone else is walking the same path, slightly out of sync. She stops in the living room, right where the camera can see her clearly. "Do you see me?" she asks. I look at the monitor. The living room appears empty. "Yes, I lie, I see you." She describes what she's wearing, where she's standing, how she's waving at the camera. None of it matches what I'm seeing, which is nothing. An empty room with magazines that keep changing position when I'm not looking directly at them. "The system must be lagging," I tell her, but systems don't lag for hours. Systems don't show empty rooms when someone is clearly present. After she hangs up, I call the technical support line. The automated system routes me through options that seem designed to discourage actual contact. When I finally reach a human voice, they tell me the equipment is functioning within normal parameters. They tell me to file a report if the issue persists. I don't mention the static intervals. I don't mention the notifications. I don't mention that I'm beginning to suspect the system is working exactly as intended, just not for the purpose I thought. My predecessor's notes contain a phone number written in red ink. No name, no context, just 10 digits and a question mark. I've stared at it for weeks, wondering if I should call. Tonight I dial. The voice that answers sounds exactly like mine. Same inflection, same hesitation. It says, "You're seeing them too, aren't you?" I hang up immediately. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely hold the phone. The number I dialed was my own home line, but I'm here at the monitoring station. My house is empty. Unless it isn't. The static hits again, and this time I don't just hear footsteps. I hear breathing that matches my own rhythm. I hear the sound of someone settling into a chair that creaks exactly like mine. In the interference, in the space between what's recorded and what's real, something is mirroring my every movement. When the feed returns, I'm looking at my own house, not the homeowner's. My living room, my furniture, my coffee table with magazines I don't remember buying. And sitting in my chair, barely visible in the dim light, is a figure that could be me. The notification appears one more time. This time there's a message: shift change in progress. I look at the clock. My replacement should arrive soon, should take over the monitoring duties, should sit in this same chair and watch the same feeds. But I know now that no one is coming. I know that I am both the watcher and the watched, the monitor and the monitored. The homeowner calls one final time. Her voice is calm now, resigned. She says she understands what's happening. She says she's going to stop fighting it, stop calling for help. She says the system is working perfectly. I want to ask her what she means, but the line goes dead. On the monitor, her house sits empty. On the adjacent screen, my house shows the same emptiness. Both places abandoned, both under surveillance, both part of a network that extends beyond what I can see. The static comes again, but this time it doesn't end. The interference spreads across all monitors, all feeds, until I'm sitting in a room full of white noise and blinking notifications. In the chaos, I hear my own voice coming through the speakers, reading a security report about power surges and unauthorized access. I realize I'm still writing notes in the margins, still documenting observations that make no sense. My handwriting looks different now, more like my predecessors. The words blur together, the system is expanding, the intervals are shortening, they're learning to be us. Outside, a car pulls into the parking lot, my replacement finally arriving. But when I look through the window, I see myself getting out of my own vehicle, walking toward the entrance with keys I don't remember leaving behind. The door opens and I enter the room where I'm already sitting, story 9. The pen slipped from my fingers, rolling to a stop on the hardwood floor. My skin prickled as if anticipating a draft, though the room remained eerily still. The scratch of pen on paper was absent, replaced by an unsettling silence. A faint rustle, like old paper whispering secrets, grazed the edges of my awareness. I hesitated, glancing back at the empty desk where something crucial seemed missing. The air felt charged, yet void of explanation, as if awaiting a confession that lingered just out of reach. The water ran cold that morning. I remember because my hands were already numb and the shock traveled up my arms like electricity. The coffee mug sat abandoned on the counter, steam rising in lazy spirals. I'd been washing the same plate for minutes, scrubbing at a stain that wasn't there. The radio played something soft and forgettable, but underneath it, I swear I heard footsteps upstairs. We lived alone. I found the first note tucked between the pages of a book I hadn't opened in months. The handwriting looked familiar, almost like mine, but not quite. The letters slanted differently, more urgently. It said only, "You know what you did." I folded it carefully, placed it in the kitchen drawer next to the takeout menus and expired coupons. It felt safer there, surrounded by ordinary things. The basement door was always locked. That was our rule, established early on, though I can't remember who suggested it first. The key hung on a small hook beside the refrigerator, and sometimes I'd catch myself staring at it while making dinner. The metal was worn smooth from handling, though neither of us claimed to use it. Sleep became fractured. I'd wake to the sound of typing, fingers moving across keys in steady rhythm. The sound came from downstairs, from the direction of my study, but when I'd creep to the landing and peer down, the house remained dark and still. The computer was always off, screen black as a closed eye. She asked me once why I'd been so quiet lately. We were sitting at opposite ends of the couch, the television casting blue light across our faces. I wanted to tell her about the notes, about the sounds, about the way shadows seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Instead, I said I was tired. She nodded and returned to her book, but I noticed how her eyes lingered on my face, searching for something I wasn't ready to reveal. The second note appeared in my coat pocket. I discovered it while reaching for my keys, the paper crisp against my fingertips. This one was longer. The basement remembers everything. Check the corner behind the water heater. My hands trembled as I read it. The handwriting was definitely mine now, though I had no memory of forming those words. I avoided the kitchen for the rest of the day. The key seemed to pulse with its own light, demanding attention I wasn't prepared to give. The dreams started bleeding into waking hours. I'd be driving to work and suddenly smell damp earth, feel the weight of something heavy in my arms. The sensation lasted only seconds, but it left me shaking, pulling over to the shoulder of the road until my breathing steadied. Other drivers passed without stopping, their faces blurred behind windshields like judges refusing to meet my eyes. She mentioned the smell once. We were eating dinner, the conversation meandering through safe topics when she paused mid-sentence. Her fork hovered between plate and mouth. "Do you smell that?" she asked. I inhaled carefully, detecting only the familiar sense of our meal, our home. "Smell what?" She shook her head, took another bite, but her expression remained troubled. The third note was waiting on my pillow. I stared at it for a long time before picking it up, as if the paper might burn my fingers. "Tonight," it read, "you can't put it off any longer." Below that, in smaller letters, "She's starting to remember too." I folded the note and placed it with the others in the kitchen drawer. My collection was growing. The key felt heavier than it should have when I finally lifted it from its hook. The basement door opened with a soft sigh, revealing stairs that descended into darkness. I'd forgotten how narrow they were, how the walls seemed to press inward as you went down. My flashlight beam danced ahead of me, illuminating rough concrete and the familiar bulk of the water heater in the far corner. The corner behind it was exactly as I remembered. The loose stones, the dark hollow beyond. My flashlight revealed fabric faded and earth-stained, a shoe I recognized, the sweet, cloying smell that had been haunting my dreams. I heard her footsteps on the floor above, moving toward the kitchen. She'd notice the missing key soon, would wonder where I'd gone. Part of me wanted to call up to her to explain everything, to finally share the weight I'd been carrying, but the words stuck in my throat like stones. The fourth note was already in my hand, though I didn't remember writing it. The paper was damp with sweat from my palm. She knows, it said. She's always known. Footsteps on the stairs now, cautious but determined. Her voice calling my name echoing off the concrete walls. I looked down at what lay hidden in the corner, then back toward the approaching light of her phone's flashlight. The beam wavered as she descended, and I wondered if her hands were shaking too. "I've been waiting for you to remember," she said when she reached the bottom step. Her voice was calm, almost relieved. "I've been leaving you notes, hoping you'd put it together." The flashlight in my hand suddenly felt foreign, as if I'd never held it before. The basement around us seemed to shift and blur, walls breathing like living things. I tried to speak, to ask the questions that crowded my throat, but she was already moving toward the corner, toward the truth we'd both been circling. "We buried it together," she whispered, kneeling beside the loose stones. "But you made yourself forget. You made us both forget almost." The sound of shifting earth filled the small space between us, and somewhere above, a door creaked open in the wind. Story 10. The chime failed to announce my arrival. My fingers moved across the door frame, accustomed to the brittleness of paint flaking off, yet it remained smooth. Inside, the light switch offered no click, no reassurance of contact made, and stayed dim. The floor, worn by years of footsteps, felt unyielding, denying the familiar creak that marked my presence. Each step erased behind me, as though the house absorbed my movement without recognition. A mirror hung on the wall, its surface unsettlingly clear, reflecting an image that hesitated, lingering just a beat too long. I stare at that same mirror now, months later, in another house entirely. The glass shows different walls, different shadows, but the hesitation remains. My reflection wavers, caught between what was and what might have been. The case file sits beneath my palm, corners soft from handling, edges worn thin by my restless fingers. She disappeared on a morning when the air tasted of copper and rain. No, that's not right. The rain came later, after the questions began. After the neighbors gathered in small clusters, their voices carrying that particular pitch reserved for tragedy. I remember the sound more than the words, a collective intake of breath, held too long, released in fragments. The detective's voice echoes in my memory, though I can't recall his face clearly. Only his hands, pale and methodical, turning pages in a notebook that seemed too small for the magnitude of what we were discussing. "When did you last see her?" The question loops through my mind, wearing grooves in my thoughts like water over stone. When did I last see her? The memory shifts each time I grasp for it. Sometimes she's standing by the kitchen window, morning light catching the dust motes around her shoulders. Other times she's walking away down the hallway, her footsteps, or was that my imagination filling the silence? I found myself returning to that house repeatedly in the weeks that followed. The key still worked, though I had no right to use it. The lock turned with the same stubborn resistance it always had, but inside everything felt hollow, not empty hollow, as if the walls themselves had been drained of substance. The photographs on the mantelpiece watched me with familiar eyes. Her smile, captured in silver frames, seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly. I would turn my head, catch movement in my peripheral vision, but find only static images staring back. The dust gathered differently around these frames, forming patterns I couldn't interpret but felt compelled to study. In my notebook I wrote, Tuesday kitchen window open, coffee cup still warm. But when I checked later, the page was blank except for a water stain shaped like a teardrop. Had I imagined writing those words, the pen lay beside the notebook, its ink dried to a thin crust around the tip. Her sister called, or perhaps I called her. The conversation blurs at the edges, voices melting into each other like wax in sunlight. She mentioned you were asking questions. I'm trying to understand. Some things don't have explanations. But people don't just, don't they? The line went quiet, filled with the weight of unspoken possibilities. I held the receiver long after the dial tone began, listening to that mechanical heartbeat that connected nothing to nothing. Evidence accumulated in my mind like sediment. Small details that might mean everything or nothing at all. The way her coffee cup always sat at a precise angle to the newspaper. How she never locked the back door but always checked it twice before bed. The pattern of her breathing when she slept, irregular but rhythmic, like Morse code tapped against the pillow. I began to question these memories. Were they observations or constructions? Had I really noticed these details, or was my mind creating them to fill the spaces where understanding should live? The police report contained 47 pages. I counted them repeatedly, each time arriving at different numbers, 45, 51, 47 again. The words swam on the pages, rearranging themselves when I wasn't concentrating. Key phrases would surface like debris after a flood. No signs of struggle. Personal effects undisturbed. Voluntary disappearance cannot be ruled out. But there were other phrases, glimpsed in the margins of my vision, that vanished when I tried to focus on them directly. Words that suggested different conclusions, alternative interpretations of the same evidence. I started mapping her daily routines, tracing her movements through the neighborhood with the dedication of a cartographer. The grocery store clerk remembered her Tuesday visits, always buying the same items: bread, milk, oranges, and something else he couldn't quite recall. The detail nagged at him, he said, like a word balanced on the tip of his tongue. She seemed different the last few times, he offered, then immediately qualified the statement. Not different exactly, more like she was listening to something the rest of us couldn't hear. His description lodged in my thoughts, growing more vivid with each recollection. I began to imagine I could see it too, that distant expression, the slight tilt of her head as if catching whispers from another room. But the more detailed these visions became, the less certain I grew that they reflected reality. Sleep brought no relief, dreams mixed with memories until I could no longer distinguish between them. I would wake with the taste of copper in my mouth and the sound of her voice calling my name from somewhere far away. But when I strained to listen, the silence pressed against my ears like water. The house key grew warm in my pocket during these restless nights. I would hold it until the metal absorbed my body heat, then press it against my palm until it cooled. This ritual provided a strange comfort, a tangible connection to something that felt increasingly ephemeral. 3 weeks after she vanished, I found myself standing in her bedroom, though I couldn't remember deciding to go there. The bed was made with hospital corners, sheets pulled tight enough to bounce a coin. Her perfume lingered in the air, or perhaps I only imagined it because the scent was so familiar it had become part of my expectation of the space. The closet door stood ajar. Inside, her clothes hung in perfect order, arranged by color and season. But something was wrong with the arrangement, a gap where a dress should be, or perhaps an extra garment that didn't belong. The harder I stared, the more the organization seemed to shift, defying my attempts to catalog what was missing or added. I opened her jewelry box, a wooden case with a ballerina that no longer danced. The tiny figure stood frozen mid-pirouette, one leg raised, arms extended in permanent grace. The music box mechanism had wound down long ago, leaving only the echo of a melody I thought I remembered but couldn't quite hum. Among the jewelry I found a key I didn't recognize, smaller than a house key, larger than those used for padlocks. It was warm to the touch, as if recently held, and bore no identifying marks or numbers. I slipped it into my pocket beside her house key, where it clinked softly with each step. The mystery key led me on a search through her belongings, looking for the lock it might open. Desk drawers, filing cabinets, a small safe behind a painting, none accepted the key's particular shape. But the search revealed other mysteries. Letters never sent, phone numbers written on scraps of paper with no names attached, a calendar with certain dates circled in different colored inks. The circled dates formed no pattern I could discern. Some fell on weekends, others on weekdays. Some clustered together, others stood isolated. I copied them into my notebook, creating charts and graphs that revealed nothing but my own desperate need for meaning. Her handwriting haunted these discoveries. The familiar loops and angles of her letters seemed to carry messages beyond their literal meaning. Shopping lists became cryptic instructions. Appointment reminders transformed into coded warnings. I found myself studying the pressure of her pen strokes, the spacing between words, searching for hidden significance in the mechanics of her writing. One afternoon, or was it evening, the light had that ambiguous quality that belongs to neither. I encountered her neighbor in the shared garden between their houses. An elderly woman whose name I'd heard but couldn't retain. She moved among the flower beds with the careful attention of someone tending a shrine. She loved these roses, the woman said without looking up. Spent hours out here, talking to them like they were old friends. I watched her hands work the soil, gentle but purposeful. Did she say anything unusual before she left? Left, the woman's laugh held no humor. Who says she left? The question hung between us like smoke. I waited for elaboration, but she had turned her attention back to the roses, her fingers working compost into the earth around their roots. When I looked again, she was gone, leaving only the faint scent of turned soil and the sound of wind through leaves. These encounters multiplied as the weeks passed. Conversations that seemed significant in the moment but dissolved into ambiguity upon reflection. A postal worker who swore she'd seen her just yesterday. A bus driver who remembered her taking an unusual route. A librarian who insisted she'd returned books after the date she supposedly vanished. Each testimony contradicted the others, creating a web of impossibilities that trapped me in its center. I began to wonder if I was the common factor, the element that transformed clear observations into confused uncertainties. Perhaps my presence somehow altered the memories of those I questioned, contaminating their recollections with my own desperate need for answers. The investigation consumed my days and invaded my dreams. I would wake with fragments of conversations that might have been real or imagined, phone calls that left no record on my bill, meetings in coffee shops where the staff remembered no one matching my description. My reflection in mirrors began to trouble me. The hesitation I'd noticed in her house spread to other reflective surfaces. Windows, puddles, the polished surface of car hoods all showed an image that seemed slightly delayed, as if traveling through some medium denser than light. I started avoiding mirrors when possible, but they seemed to multiply around me. Storefront windows became obstacles to navigate. The bathroom in my apartment required careful choreography to complete basic tasks without catching sight of my own face. When glimpses were unavoidable, I found myself studying my reflection with the same intensity I'd once reserved for evidence, searching for signs of change or distortion. The mysterious key remained warm in my pocket, a constant reminder of unsolved puzzles. I would roll it between my fingers during moments of frustration, its smooth surface worn by my restless handling. Sometimes I imagined it pulsing with its own rhythm, a metallic heartbeat that matched my own. 6 weeks after her disappearance, I received a phone call that changed everything. The voice was familiar but distorted, as if speaking through water or from a great distance. "Stop looking for what isn't lost." The line went dead before I could respond. I dialed the callback number, but it connected to nothing, not even a busy signal or voicemail. The phone company had no record of the call, though I had answered it with my own ears, felt the receiver's weight in my hand. That night I dreamed of the house where she'd lived. In the dream, it was exactly as I remembered, but populated by shadows that moved with purpose. They gathered around the kitchen table, leaning forward in animated conversation I couldn't hear. When I tried to approach, they dispersed like smoke, leaving only the lingering impression of urgency. I woke with the taste of copper stronger than ever and found the mysterious key lying on my nightstand, though I was certain I'd left it in my pocket. It was cold now, colder than the morning air, and seemed to pulse with a light that existed just beyond the visible spectrum. The realization came gradually, like dawn breaking over familiar landscape. Not a sudden revelation, but a slow recognition of patterns I'd been seeing without understanding. The key, the dreams, the conversations that dissolved into ambiguity, they were all connected by a thread so fine it was nearly invisible. She hadn't disappeared, she had never been there at all. The house, the belongings, the carefully arranged life, all of it was a construction, an elaborate fiction I'd built to fill a space in my memory that had always been empty. The key in my pocket was my own, lost months ago and recently found. The conversations with neighbors and shopkeepers were real, but they spoke of someone else entirely. Their words filtered through my desperate need to believe in a mystery that would explain the hollow feeling in my chest. But even as this understanding settled over me like a familiar coat, I felt it beginning to fray at the edges. If she had never existed, why did the mirror in her house show that hesitation? Why did the roses in the garden bloom with such particular intensity? Why did my reflection continue to lag behind my movements, as if some part of me remained trapped in that constructed reality? I sit now with the case file closed beneath my palm, its pages full of evidence for a mystery that may have been entirely of my own making. The mirror across the room shows my reflection clearly, without hesitation, but I no longer trust what I see there. The boundary between memory and imagination has become so thin it might as well not exist. The key lies on the desk beside the file, neither warm nor cold, just metal shaped into a form that opens nothing I can identify. Perhaps that's the nature of all keys. They promise access to spaces we can never truly enter, solutions to puzzles that exist only in the asking. Outside, it's beginning to rain. The sound against the windows is rhythmic but irregular, like Morse code tapped by fingers that have forgotten what message they're trying to send. I listen for patterns, for meaning, for some signal that might explain the persistent feeling that I've lost something important, even if I can no longer remember what it was. The investigation continues, though I'm no longer certain what I'm investigating. The mystery deepens with each answer I uncover, each piece of evidence that might be real or imagined. In the end, perhaps that's enough. The search itself, the questioning, the refusal to accept that some absences can never be filled. The mirror reflects my image without hesitation now, but I wonder if that's because I've finally learned to move at the same speed as my own shadow.